Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Welcome to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 3. I am JRT, joined by Exner. We've got another exciting series of matches to get through with you guys. But before we do that, how are you doing, Cole?
Doing fantastic. It's good to be back here once again. It should be an exciting day of North American Counter-Strike. It's always fun to be covering these events. And so far, these events have been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, honestly, we've had a lot of classic matches, in particular between Wildcard and NRG.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't think Wildcard's not in this one this time, if I'm not mistaken. So that's unfortunate. We won't get to see them play against NRG. But we still have NRG coming up, and they're going to be our first match facing off against a newly, I want to say revived Party Astronauts, or just a fresh look, right?
Absolutely. No question about it. A revitalized roster right now. From what I've seen out of them, I really was worried, especially like post-RMR closed qualifier that they missed out on, that this team was not going to have much of a revival. But what they built into here is what I'm so excited about. They've actually reached for new and improved talent here, and I think that's what is key here. They're challenging themselves with newer individuals. They've been a roster that's been able to or willing to do it in the past, and now leaning back on that, I can really appreciate the fact that they're trusting in like the developing talent in the region.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we got a couple interesting players in OG Wizard and Peeping joining up on the squad. But let's talk about the other match. Let's check out that bracket so we can do so, because we got 4 matches coming at you today. Of course, we're going to get into NRG and Party Astronauts a little bit deeper, but we also have Fluffy Aimers and Legacy, which should be interesting. I'm leaning Legacy. Legacy's been ridiculous lately, haven't they?
Yeah, it was an interesting matchup there being played out. I think Fluffy Aimers have always been able to punch well above their weight, but it's definitely going to be a tough matchup with Legacy showing a lot of consistency in their ability to do damage. Definitely looking forward to that boss Timmerman. You know, obviously Timmerman looking a little rough after the org dropping, and then of course, you know, missing out on that close qualifier as well. They've gone through some changes that are definitely leaning in on some hurt, but it's another rematch that I think Boss are going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, and I mean, look, on the Timbermen's side, they also lost a couple of players. Peeping, well, who is now playing, of course,
Yeah.
with Party Astronauts, and Dia left the team as well. We don't know what's going to happen with Dia, but it's funny because both those players joined Timbermen together and left together. So interesting to see how that one turned out. But I think that's also going to be a big question mark for the Timbermen. I know they have a couple of subs. I believe they've already been determined, but still, it's subs coming in on short notice. So we'll see how they perform there. They still have their three core players in place. And then Nouns Kinship, this one, yeah, that one's gonna be interesting. I mean, look, Kinship making it from that closed qualifier, so or open qualifier, I should say. So that is a good path for them to take to get here. But at the same time, look who they're facing against to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Kinship is still like a organization that's kicking around. It's been a long
Yeah.
time since I've last cast them, but I'll always, appreciate that. And of course, 60 locking in a playoff position, which is pretty cool. Yeah, even though again, like just recently left PA, so we're still getting some of these PA members playing out, even though it's with a different organization now.
Yeah, I mean, 60 always finds a way. It seems like he bounces around for all the teams, and he tends to do well on the teams he's on. But yeah, let's talk about that prize pool a little bit here. $4,000 for first place. Second place gets a 1K, but obviously that first case prize pool is going to be the one that these players are reaching for. And I mean, yeah, I wanted to just finish my thought there on 60. I think the reason he left the Party Astronauts, he felt like he didn't like the role he was in. He
Yeah.
wanted to be in more of a star role, and he felt like he performed better in that role. And I totally understand, honestly, that he would want that because we've seen what he can do when they kind of just, let 60 run the show. It's something else to behold.
It was one of the most difficult things about this roster. It was so exciting when you have Feng and Sixty, a firepower duo, on the
Yeah,
same team, but the role clashes were just too severe.
it
And I
was
think Sixty
intense.
was the one that was sacrificial in that sense and took a lot of those hits, became less of a player than that we know he can be. And I think it's welcoming to see like Peeping as an individual come in, who I know can kind of thrive in a bit more sacrificial positions. He can
Yeah.
take some of those tougher roles and show up strong in that department. So I'm excited to see what he can do with this opportunity that he's given. And then of course OG Wizard stepping in, and what I feel like nowadays is a potential higher ceiling. I've heard a lot about just needing to rein this guy in, like slow down his repeak, stop his aggression. But I think Bentley's a leader that can certainly do that.
I mean, let's jump right into the prize picks analyst segment here as we're already talking about the players. And starting off here with with NRG, you have Breeze, and is always my pick, honestly. He's the number one guy that I look towards. He's got a ton of firepower. There's Hext as well, and we can't, I say as well, like he's not ridiculous too. He is absolutely a stellar player for this roster. But for me, it's been Breeze that's been the most consistent, been the one that's come out and punching very high in terms of his stats.
I mean, dude, it's just a absolute machine when it comes down to like multi-killing. He just knows how to play so well. I feel like, as I've highlighted so many times before, he looks more motivated in his gameplay than I've seen in a long time, and that's led to a lot of success for Energy. So I'm always really liking the fact that he is playing this well and still being able to develop the skill set that we know he has locked in. So I have high expectations for him as well.
Yeah, and I think obviously we already talked about Hexta as well, but I think Nitro deserves to be highlighted here because throughout his time, or when he was picked up on this roster, a lot of people were questioning if he still had the firepower capability, and he absolutely does. He's got a rating of 1.17 and a firepower rating not like crazy. It's 74 on HLTV, but it's still quite good for an IGL. So I think he's definitely one to keep an eye on, and getting 28.5 frags over the first two maps seems relatively reasonable in my opinion.
I 100% agree. I feel like that's super possible. He's a player that, if he is thriving, that's going to look good for NRG alongside it. He's
Yeah.
come into this team, I feel like, just taking a lot more active roles as well. Like he just didn't hop into this roster, lock in some anchoring positions. He's in a spot where he's playing a lot more active, being early influencing in these rounds. So it's for sure that he will be part of the action quite a bit for NRG.
All right, let's check over on the other side on the Party Astronauts, and I mean the usual suspects for the Party Astronauts would be Fang. On my side, 29 that feels low. I mean, to me, like it feels a little low because he's definitely. We were talking about this right before we got to this segment. The fact that there was a bit of a clash. 60 had to take a back seat, and sometimes
Hmm.
there might have been something going on behind the scenes where each player wanted to be in that star role. But Fang has always been the one that's shown very brightly on this squad. So I think think that now, without really needing to worry about who is the center of the focus of this team, I would say it's Fang without question. I think he's going to frag out pretty well.
I 100% agree. He's going to be, again, more consistently taking over like these very active roles. He might be the person that is most set up. We'll have to wait and find out, because I think OG Wizard could also make a very similar case of like how much love and attention is this Opera getting on this roster. We know he's new. We've seen OG Wizard have very incredible numbers in the past. So, you know, what exactly does he demand for this roster, coming in as kind of a sort of rookie into this team? And is it going to be the same amount of setup as like the most very clear win condition for a team like Lag that he comes from?
Yeah, no, I mean, and we were watching live. I think you kind of alluded to it, but he was the player that impressed me the most on that roster when I had a chance to catch their matches or cast their matches. So it's interesting to see the Party Astronauts pick him up. They've only had 4 maps played. One of them was a blowout, I think, against Legacy, so there wasn't really much to bring home from that one. But still, we'll see how things have adjusted. They've got a little bit of practice time under their belts. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for this team to cook and actually get going. But still, I think that they made good choices. Ben Leet, in particular, bringing in the young guns there, Peeping and OG Wizard to replace the departing 6C and Wolfie. So yeah, you're going to see the cams here. We don't have Infinite's cam, sadly, but we have everyone else loaded up and ready to go. And honestly, I really hope to see something good from the Party Astronauts. It's a team that looked a little disjointed and lost with 6C and Wolfie. Not sure if you saw something there, Cole.
No, I saw I saw the face there coming through of I think it was Ben Leet making a rooster face, but it just had me giggling.
We didn't get we're gonna go through the vetoes. I don't know. I think we're already hearing that we might be live already, but we can talk about the vetoes once we get into the action here. But maybe we can bring them up on screen quickly. Yep. Okay, so we got Vertigo banned, and then what's our next ban? I imagine that we will see it soon. Maybe.
Feel like
I didn't want to look
coming
at it
soon.
prior to this because I
Yeah,
wanted
me
it to be a
neither.
surprise, but I think
Should
it might be
be.
broken.
Yeah, it might not be working. I can go and take a look though.
Yeah, go for
I
it.
believe it's gonna be nuke banned by NRG out
Okay.
of the gates there, so that's what they're gonna be banning. It's good to see that we're seeing Party Astronauts go back to banning Vertigo again. They have at one point been playing this map just because Ancient has gone so poorly for them in the past. With that old iteration, it was the role clash, I think, most specifically. That has cost them a lot, but it is comforting to see that they're back to banning Vertigo, because Vertigo did look a little bit worse in those closing stages.
Oh yeah.
I believe it was the Atlanta qualifier that I watched them play Vertigo a couple times, and they just got blasted. At that point, it was already kind of a dead and gone team, but they're back to banning that map again, and I appreciate that.
All right, we're going to the Sonic Fast Starter pistol round here, guys. And just to give you a brief rundown on what that means, the team, or I should say the player that has the most pistol round frags at the end of the tournament will get $500 just for them. So keep an eye on that
Cha-ching!
stat. Yeah, as we move forward here.
That puts all that. I mean, pistol rounds are already important, man.
Yeah.
But now you got to get greedy on them. You got to start going for a couple overextensions. We might see a couple more retakes here taking place. A little more encouragement. Sometimes you get those USP saves, but it's all about that damage nowadays. Be interesting to see. We got this fake A execution here that's going to be read from Breeze pretty comfortably. Not hearing a lot of action over here, but knocked down by Binley. That's going to sell a fake a little bit more effectively. They're still not rotating at all, though. An automatic going to be playing around the stairs. Smoke. We'll see if that bomb does transition over. It looks like that's the case. They're going to start heading this way. Automatic going to be pinched in between the duo. And OG Wizard just has one kill to get through, but he can't. Automatic still fighting forward in connector. Being such a nuisance, Fang will fall as well. OC's rotated in, and Party Astronauts will be able to claim it in the chaos. Automatic somehow thriving.
Yeah, just slaughtering the opposition in that one, where NRG, it was, I mean, the only frag you saw was Ben Lead. After that, NRG just kind of walked away with it. And you're right, Automatic playing a connector, gets that one onto OG Wizard and just plays it masterfully, maneuvering himself between both mid and the A site. So we go in to round number 2 here, guys. It's going to be pistols for NRG, or excuse me, for Party Astronauts. That scoreboard will be reversed in a moment, guys. But Party Astronauts only have those pistols as they want to get an eco going. No bomb plant in that previous round. as Automatic. He's also a strong. I mean, like the whole of NRG is strong, right?
Yeah.
Like every individual is very solid at Counter-Strike, and Automatic could easily pop off at any moment. It's just that the two players have been the most consistent at it have been Breeze and Hext. Overall, this team has performed a lot better since Nitro joined up. I think it's an understatement, actually, a lot better. Like impressively better.
Yeah, I feel like this NRG roster was not really at like title contender for like qualifiers for things like pretty much like anything first place wise. They were title contenders for Revival Cups, and we're seeing them turn that around very quickly. With Nitro just elevating late game calls, that experience, I think the faith and motivation that he brings to this roster is so valuable. So there's so much trust built into this leader, and definitely want to see them with more time. Like, I think it's a huge disappointment that this isn't one of the rosters that locked in a RMR spot, but
yeah,
I think they're still like trusting that this is like a long-term move,
That was a little surprising for me, honestly, when I saw them miss out on getting that RMR spot. The loss against Nouns was obviously heartbreaking because you win the first one, you get reverse swap without getting double digits on either of the following two maps, and then against Legacy wasn't that bad. I mean, I've seen teams get kind of trounced a little worse than what happened there, but it was a 2-0,
Yeah.
for Legacy. So, and the way the format works for the well, it is very like you lose done. I don't know. I feel like some adjustments need to be made format-wise, but that's no excuse for NRG. They honestly should have done that.
Yeah, 100%. Got that bit of awkward positioning though from this T side. Now sandwiched in on this default tier. Peeping's been able to sneak his way though forward into a fight, and the mid brawl ends up in a graveyard. But it's one last A defender here ready to go. Peeping still available and showing what he's made of. Here's a player that steps into this position. I think is a perfect fill for a potential like sacrificial player who can still be active, can still make very active moves in a server. It's very refreshing.
It's a role he's more comfortable with, right? He's not there to be the star. He's there to be a supporting player, play the dirty roles and get the job done when his teammates might not be around to do the same, or just in getting those utility pieces thrown into the mix as well. So I think it's the role that 60 was trying to play, but obviously didn't want to, and versus Peeping, who is perfectly fine playing that role, and it shows in his gameplay.
Yeah, it's so valuable. I think it's going to be long-term a very good gain for PA. Even though, again, I just can't even be upset that 60 didn't work on this roster. I can't be surprised, right? It just didn't seem like the right move long-term with those clashes. But, I'm excited to see 60 also, like, land on his feet. Like, there's just so much potential in any roster that he's on. If he's got the setup, if he's playing in a position that he's comfortable with, that he can be such a huge developmental piece, and it'll be interesting to see where he lands long term, if it's kinship that he's sticking around with, or obviously setting his sights pretty big.
Well, we go on here, round number 4. OC, he's got smoke pop right in window, so he's going to wait for an opportunity to strike. Of course, that round was the bonus round for NRG. They had the MP9 still in the mix. Now they will have the full rifles. No op for OC just yet. Fang, who we highlighted earlier on, being an important piece for this Party Astronauts roster, even more so now as he becomes that star rifler. Automatic eats the nade, goes down to 54. Peeping, looking to support, coming around here. The smoke for connector is not that great. Oh, that nade's gonna hurt. There's multiple nades. He's done. Yeah, Fang completely caught off. Nitro gets the killing blow in a 5v4 for NRG, and they also deny all that mid space, Cole. Look at Ben where he's gotten out to though.
Yeah, I mean, this is a valuable reaction from Binley. He knows that there's space and an opportunity to take that control elsewhere. He needs to capitalize on it with a flashbang, but OC still available. Ready to go with his A1S close by, but still, I mean, it's going to be OG Wizard next at bat here. Had a move around the smoke, can't quite cover it onto Breeze. The transfer's gone as well, and Breeze, again, this multi-killing machine, covering all the bases. Infinite now left into a clutch, a 1v3. They'll give him the double swing, but no chance to isolate. Nitro will run him down, and 3-1. NRG starting to get a grasp on this mid default, man. The amount of coverage that they just put on this spot on the map is crazy.
Oh, it was fantastic. And I mean, just isolating that top mid player as well and giving him absolutely no room to breathe. The smoke was thrown in, and then the 3 nades, leaving no doubt that he would be done. Like, yeah, that was just a fantastic call from NRG to challenge for that mid control and give Party Astronauts pretty much nothing to work with. Not to mention that they isolate that 1-round victory. Economy's terrible, and now the Party Astronauts are just onto pistols with only Infinite buying up the full armor. Party Astronauts settling in here right outside of the apartments. One player has moved into underpass, I believe. I'm gonna have a look and see what's going on here. That's Peep. No one in the vicinity. As the Party Astronauts are just holding for, I guess, some aggression down mid or a push, but that's not the typical NRG style.
No, it's not. I'm interested to see this position from Nitro playing on the B side. I believe it was Breeze in these last couple PrizePicks Revival Cups that was playing on B. But now he's over here, anchoring it down and put Breeze on this A side. If I'm not mistaken. So maybe, again, like post RMR having some discussions about where these positions are going to be. Especially on a map as important as Mirage. It's kind of core to NRG. Switching it up a little bit, trusting that Breeze can lock it down on this A side, man. His aim's so sharp. They'll be able to feast up these free ecos. Move on up to 8 kills here and start to set the tone for this series here of comfort for NRG.
Yeah, they're really stabilizing themselves, of course. But that one was a bit of a gimme round, of course. Just the pistols coming through from the Party Astronauts. And now, OG Wizard will have the big green in his hands. He's actually the first player to buy it up, as NRG haven't really had to invest into it. And also, they haven't been able to because the money's been a little low thanks to that 1-round victory for the Party Astronauts that recently. But I imagine that once the opportunity arises, OC will be rocking it. And with 4.2k in his bank account, as soon as he dies, it will immediately be a conversion to the AWP. Anyway, back to the action here. 6th round of play. Automatic going to toss that nade towards top mid. It does a tiny bit of damage to Ben Leet. 2 HP to be precise. That is not that big of a deal. Nitro spamming through the smoke over on the B site. Just making sure that if anyone's in the vicinity, they won't have much room to breathe.
Yeah, testing the waters here. Again, challenging this default of PA. They're very late to take this mid control because of the reactions from NRG that we've seen so far in the coverage towards middle. It's going to be a burst out, though, into another heavy stack, but Peeping gets a timing of underpass once again. Has been a huge piece of the puzzle when it comes down to cracking through this mid-side defense and is able to consistently have impact. He misses out on this kill from Breeze and forces a reposition. Where's the end goal now, though, for this T side? They've smoked off window. They smoked up connector. It would have to be inching their way up catwalk. One flank through Nitro, aggressive as can be, but now that is your sight line straight towards the B site. You now know that there's an opportunity to take this space. Peeping has coverage on the flank. Instantly dismisses Nitro. Not a chance in this world. OG Wizard will tag down Breeze as well. Spotting out these players, though. 20 seconds yet to plant the bomb, but finally going to make the call to do so. And Breeze might make the call to run away. On 9 HP, you maybe want to give it a go with how low the other team is, but I don't think there's much of a case.
No, I mean, look, there isn't. Breeze at 9, you got to save the AK, keep the kit, the armor. There's a lot of value here on Breeze's side. Not to mention he still has 95 armor, so he won't really have to reinvest into that in the following round. Could catch off Peeping here as he's sneaking through underpass, looking for exits, so this might not end up being a save. We'll see what happens. Was that one? Not the second, yeah. So we can't save the AK. I think he just wanted to do as much damage as he could. Yeah, that's a wicked shot from OG Wizard. A couple of nice ones with the AWP into this round, and it will give the Party Astronauts a 2nd round. And it's from those young guns they just added to their ranks.
That's very quick from Peeping again.
Peeping's
I've often highlighted him from what I've seen quite a bit. It's just a smart player who understands, you know, when to make these strikes, and especially like making late moves towards underpass. He's consistently catching this mid hold with backs turned off the execution. Delays his push a little bit so he's not running into the setup. And here's this OG Wizard aggression that I'm talking about. How much setup were they willing to give him? It seems like PA trusting in this guy, and it's well worth it out of the gates. Instantly knocks out Automatic with a quick play up the catwalk. A lot of pressure on OC now as well. Able to get a quick kill alongside it. Out of this position though. Posts up on towards catwalk. Now we got pin lead in jungle of all places. So that's definitely going to switch up the end goal here for this T side, I'd imagine.
Yeah. I think OC, looking at him, he's one player on NRG that I've hoped for a little bit more from when I've watched him play. Like, you know, you have Breeze and Hex kind of taking care of the bulk of the fragging, so there's only so high you can get your numbers. But just in some situations, I think it just doesn't look as comfortable as he has in past iterations of this roster, even past teams that he's played on. So maybe he can channel some of the energy and get on through and make some noise. Not to say that won't happen here, because that was a good way for him to open up the round for his squad, evening out the numbers at a 4v4 and really forcing party astronauts to second guess themselves in their execute. 35 seconds left. Speaking of executing, they got to go fast. Infinite looking around, staring towards CT. The Firebox player Nitro could be overlooked completely, especially if Breeze can get one. He gets two, maybe even the third. Breeze does damage to OG Wizard, who's down to 48. Now Nitro can easily strike without a problem. Look, they don't even know he's in his vicinity, and he will get an easy one on Ben. OG Wizard completely isolated, and there's very little chance of success in the round. Maybe a frag, but if he gets one, he'll probably be traded pretty quickly.
Fighting his way out of it, but yeah, you're exactly right. Traded instantly. Party astronauts getting locked out. Having a short-term 4v5 with this quick move from OG Wizard, moving past this cat smoke. Absolutely absurd on the aggro. But I think a little too slow on the in-goal call there. They allow for Breeze to get into a deadly position. They allow for that CT rotate to happen. Long rotate through apartments into that CT spawn position, and ends up becoming a little bit more of a difficult A-site breakthrough. See the vision though. It's not going to be an execution this time around, and we're shuffling nades for what is probably just going to be this right side smoke. Move straight on in towards an A-side play. We'll see if this is more effective.
By the way, guys, this is Party Astronauts pick here on Mirage. NRG pick Ancient. The last one will be Anubis if we need it. OC connects onto one, misses the second shot, and Fang does manage to strike onto Breeze, but it is pretty much fish in a barrel here for NRG. Firing away at the Party Astronauts, and the round will be over. Another 3K for Automatic, his second of the map so far, so he has really been important, at least at shutting down the Party Astronauts in, well, this round, which is more of an anti-eco in that first pistol round.
Sharp. Quick kills rolling through to deal with the A-side execute that did have some efficiency, had some effectiveness to it. Tech 9's off a good flashbang. We're a little scary if it wasn't for Automatic making that move. Could have been a lot more dicey. Still missing that AWP here. Now we're going back to slower splits, back towards this mid control. I mean, what's once worked out so well for them, but maybe a faster B-side approach, testing Nitro and how he can do on this B-side. They're gonna pop through this smoke, surely. Nitro, lackadaisical, finally starts to hear this noise being made on the backside. Can't lock down the kill on a peeping. With time to adjust, spotting out the Opera and Market. And this cat player a little late to the party as well. Gonna get smoked off and nullified here, essentially. Open access for site control and a bomb plan as well.
Alright. Nice execute by the Party Astronauts. Far from over as OC's still waiting. Oh, that nade! It could lead to a frag and does! Peeping's gone! So that will encourage NRG to continue their path forward back into this B site. Ben fires away into Market. OG Wizard does manage to connect for one Automatic, but OC still hasn't been spotted out. We'll see if he can pop out and get a quick shot off here. But it feels like NRG, with time ticking away, will eventually call for the conservative save. OC can't get away, though. Bentley peeking around Market window. Hex waiting at Cat, and he also is dead to rights. Yeah, nice shots from the Party Astronauts. Breeze, last one standing, position known. And it looks like, well, he's going to die to the bomb, even though he does get one frag before he falls to the ground.
Absolutely absurd. Offest of angles for Fang in that fight, and he nails it. That's disgusting. And same for Peeping with a quick reaction. Goes in first on this play towards that B side and nails an entry with a quick adjustment. Preparation for Party Astronauts to get back into things here, to challenge that B side and, you know, test how comfortable Nitro feels in that department. And whenever you lose that B side and there's no like time buying measure, there's no extra kills, it's definitely going to make your job a little more difficult on the retake. Going for a force buy though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really necessarily mind it because you get 2 M4s out of this and the FAMAS, but the problem is the util. Breeze is the only one with the full kit of it, and he's got, you know, the 4 pieces, but outside of that, Automatic and Nitro, only a smoke and a flash between them, and Hex and OC have nothing, so that will make it very difficult to slow down the Party Astronauts. I mean, they're relying on the firepower playing the biggest part, which, I mean, arguably, they've been better in terms of their mechanics so far than the Party Astronauts, so I think they're relying on that. And the utility has been spread out a little bit by Breeze. He's passed it along to Automatic. We'll be tossing flashes towards mid. They're going for that early mid control, or at least the impression of attempting mid control to keep the Party Astronauts a little bit slower here. But as it stands, no one's really aggressively playing up here.
This time you don't have 3 HEs to throw towards Fang's location.
Right.
Knock him out of the rounds. So you're going to have a little relief at least in this one, and they are trusting more so on these anchoring setups. I mean, with this deep halls control that Hex contains, this stack makes sense. To stack based on information. A lot of resistance on this A side right now. He's going to be mollied forward here. Yeah, he's got to dance with this position. Bentley will get knocked out. OG Wizard not able to connect with his AWP. So missing a couple of key pieces, and it completely crumbles. Automatic and Breeze, these 2 A-site defenders with both a multi-kill apiece. And they knock out this force buy out of the park. That's an incredible round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we were saying, mechanically, they've looked more impressive. And again, they do the same there. Party Astronauts went on to, well, arguably the stack site, so they made a bad guess as to where NRG might be. But NRG delivered every single time. Breeze in particular. I mean, usually when you fire first in that situation, you're trying to pre-fire the corner, you're done. The other team knows where you are, and you can't do it. But it's Breeze, so he manages to convert not only the first, but the second as well, which is exceptionally difficult. Makes it look easy. Automatic. I don't know how he's alive. And then he gets the frag onto Fang as well. So that's got to be frustrating for PA, who played for that opening frag. And now Nitro's peeking around, gets one, pulls out the nade, will do some damage, but he's going to have to rely on the bullets, and that won't be enough. Ben Lita headshot, upgrades to an AK, but OC, another nade frag will come through here. That's only OG Wizard and peeping, but they've still got something to say here.
There's more to these 2 new guns got. I mean, Automatic down low from the early HE damage. There's more containment being done though. A little flank going through. Gonna make this even more difficult. Timing's important for peeping. Managed to dodge out in that initial contact. That flank is still formulating though. And they get suffocated out of this round. Too many angles to cover. Too tall a task. 8 will be locked in before we finally see another gun round. That's incredible. Automatic just tanking these HEs. 3 get tossed in towards window. And he still steps out confident enough to go for a kill.
It's ridiculous that he's alive. And then he also goes back to the B side and gets another one, right? So, oh boy. Automatic playing the perfect spot to dodge those HEs, and the Party Astronauts, I mean, it was a gamble. It was a gamble nade stack, right? Just to get that lone frag and maybe upgrade to a rifle off of it. It doesn't happen. And they do manage to get one on Nitro on the other side going towards B, but still not enough firepower available in that round for them to really make enough noise. So now we go into this final round of the first half, and we've got an op, an AK, and 3 Galils available for PA. So not the best of buyups, but the util, I mean, also that's not the best either. They've got 3 smokes available to them, so it's a little more limiting. We'll see if they can make it work, though. It really has been NRG rolling along quite effectively, though.
Won a couple of crucial rounds alongside it. Some backbreaking.
Yeah.
You know, rounds for the T side, forcing them onto tough economy multiple times. They're gonna try to go back towards this B side play, it seems, though. It worked for them once before. They caught Nitro a little off guard. Will it work for them twice? The flashbangs roll on through their out window, but he still holds the line for 1. Bentley quick as can be on the trade, and the op shot rolls out for OC, but it doesn't connect. Instead, it's Infinite with a crispy headshot. Hex is gonna burn down to 6 HP. Barely escapes. And that's going to make this retake a world of a more difficult. And I mean, last round of the half, so you're going to go for it, but it's going to be so difficult to make it out of market, make it up catwalk here.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe how much damage Hex takes from that. What a Molotov thrown by Party Astronauts, though, knowing that that Breeze is in play. OG Wizard connects on another one here for himself, at least first of the round, but sixth of the map. Breeze trying to come out, not much of a chance here. Probably done for the round, and it is! It will be the Party Astronauts getting a fourth here.
You got one. Not bad. Got one. Before exiting the round. It's an incredible half from Breeze, all things considered. I mean, the guy just put up insane numbers right there throughout this half. That's a crazy tap from Infinite. That'll help out in your access. You can't blame OC for struggling a little bit on that line. Yeah, I mean, a half in which Breeze is dropping 150 ADR is beyond our expectations of what we've seen for him so far on this this NRG roster, but that's just because of how good that first half was. He was just constantly getting those multi-kills. He's got a couple of ecos in the mix as well, but for the most part was massive on those defenses on the A side.
All right, we go into the Sonic Fast Starter pistol round here in the second half. In that first half, the one with the most frags was Automatic on 3, and he's going to lead the charge in towards this A site. Infinite spotted them out, but I mean, I feel like they might even get the plant before a frag comes through because PA is kind of playing for a retake setup. And yeah, there you go. PA completely backing off, waiting for that bomb to be planted. I say retake setup, but they don't have the kit, and that's something you kind of want to have if you Anyway, Infinite's going to get the first, and Ben leads the follow-up onto Hex, but Breeze is going to trade it back. In fact, it is back and forth to the favor of the Party Astronauts. Nitro and OC, last two standing. Nitro can hit the shots, finally does, but he's traded immediately, and Peeping gets the last two. The Party Astronauts win the pistol.
Dual Beretta's going to be valuable on those pistol rounds right there. A little trust put into Peeping, right boxed up with those dualies, and makes it happen. Cracks on through CT spawn. They're able to deal with the pressure of that flashbang. Even without a kit, they're moving quick enough. And Infinite knocking one out fully blind is going to do so much work in getting them back into this one. I don't know how he managed to make it look so easy. One kill long range with those dual Berettas. Yeah. It had to be that quick. Otherwise, your concern with those 10-second defuse is going to increase drastically.
Yeah, no question. And those dualies are arguably very ineffective, usually from longer range, right? So impressive to see what Peeping was able to do there and isolating those two frags. We go into this next one. Bomb plant means NRG are going to force up here. Couple of Galils, a MAC-10, and 2 pistols. It doesn't fare that badly up against what the Party Astronauts have, which, you know, arguably a little bit better with 3 SMGs as opposed to only 1, and the 2 M4s. Breeze waiting outside of A ramp, although it feels like he's just lurking around here. The rest of his squad leaning more in towards B. There's that mid smoke for Nitro, window smoke.
Run that in pretty late into the round to still make a bit of a solo move, so what little utility they have left is being utilized to take this control. Make the job easier for Nitro to work up middle alongside his 2 teammates. Another one tossed in, recycled towards window. Got a boost into it. Be interesting to see. We'll split action in towards this A bomb site, ready to go, queued up. We'll see how effective the utility is left here. Fang is going to be burned off the line, taking a long-range duel with these MP9s that scale so quickly. This is an incredibly put-together execute right now. All they have to worry about is Infinite in Palace. They could and should have an idea that he is around this part. We'll see if they're surprised. It looks like they are. There's a couple of kills fill the feed, and he's waiting for Breeze to walk on up the ladder. It's all on the shoulders of Hex with a quick transfer and a 180, looking for extras. But Infinite will put it to rest. Not going to let that slide. And it's a round recovered quickly by PA.
Wow. I mean, they lost 3 bodies, though, so the money's still going to be a little bit tight for them. But yeah, that's an impressive retake when it looked like things were swinging NRG's way. There were just 3 consecutive frags from the Party Astronauts in something like 3 seconds. And it was capped off by a nade from Ben Lee. So well done on their part. And I mean, look, OG Wizard played an important role there. He was watching the broken wall, and automatic, was kind of giving him a little bit of trouble, but he gets that frag, which opens up the defensive lines significantly and allows them that path forward in towards the A site. So Defusal comes through, but again, it's a bomb plant, and because, as I mentioned, 3 players went down for the Party Astronauts, NRG are very much encouraged to go for a force buy here, and it will yield 5 Galils, so it's not too shabby at all. And if they win this round, then, I mean, almost all will be forgotten with the way this second half started for them.
I mean, another pretty devastating economic bust for PA in this map, which has led to a lot of difficulties. This does become around that they really can't afford to lose at that point. You can't consistently be broken on that economy and expect to remain fighting. It's a challenge that they have to overcome. Yeah, Bentley jump spotting deep apartments. See how effective that is. HE for the smoke to completely line up a kill. Fang set up with the HE from peeping. Still being able to support his teammates while the B play is coming through. He's going to be boxed in though. Overwhelmed. He's covering Catwalk though. Peeping saying so elusive in this defense.
Oh,
finally
trades.
to fall. How on earth is he still kicking? He's bought time for his teammates that were once in top connector to rotate all the way through market. OC hasn't even made it out of apartments in the meantime. Still locked in, boxed in towards his position. And he's going to have to make noise on the drop. He's going to have to step out a balcony in some form or fashion. The double up is there. They do take care of one quickly. Fang, he hits the deck. It puts all the pressure on Infinite. He hears the sound cue of the dive out of apartments, but there's not enough health for OC to work through. And he'll be knocked out by Infinite 1v1.
Wow, very nicely done from the Party Astronauts on the defensive side. Again, super expensive because of, how the way things were going in that round. Trades back and forth, I mean, have favored the Party Astronauts so far in this second half. And right there, Infinite playing it perfectly against OC to isolate that fight. And I would argue even if OC had more health, that I think Infinite still wins that. Either way, timeout going to be called by NRG. You can't keep forcing either on their side. It might be tempting, though, because of how low the Party Astronauts are in money. 4 players going down there, and you see OC, he's bought up the AK. Nitro and Hext have enough to invest in Galils and utility, so I think they're going to try for it again. And again, I can't blame them.
Yeah, I can't blame them at all. And I expect that this squad, fully anticipating this on PA, that the pressure is going to not let off because of how close these rounds have been. I did watch that entire time at the freeze time. That Fang is just talking this whole time, and it looks to be like he's trying to, talk them through this round, trying to get them past the point into some comfort, which is good to see, right? You want to see what is going to be one of your most active members on this team, trying to discuss what is happening, trying to get lifted off on the CG side. Individually, you would like to see him have a little bit more numbers, but as long as PA can get back into the conversation of this scoreline, it's just going to be fine. And there you go, Fang setting himself up for success, finds the first kill. Out towards this A side, the reactions need to be quick, and it seemed like OC had the line, had the right idea of where Infinite was playing out. He gets overrun, and this is going to come at a casualty of an A site.
Let's see if we can get some extra salt to OC here, who was a ridiculous rifler back with that squad.
It's a boost into stairs. I'm not going to expect this.
Yeah, no. OC, they gets the blindside shot onto Peeping. 4v3, and Hex finds OG Wizard with the M4 that he picked up off the ground, and the follow-up too. NRG, with sticks and stones for the most part, aside from that AK, are pulling off the round victory. 4 players left alive as well. Upgrades galore. Does Nitro reach one? He does not, but that doesn't matter. 3 other players will walk out with rifles. That is insane considering they lost the opening player in the round, Cole.
Can't give Hex enough time to react, man. His aim on the re-up there so sharp. Once he has time to react, it's already too late. Can't afford to miss on this guy. And that's a robbery of a round considering 4v5 start, comfort in the early stages, and yet nothing else comes of it in that 4v5. They get blasted 0v4. Full break on the economy. Double eco territory, so obviously you're going to force buy into this one.
And honestly, I felt like with NRG going lighter on their buy than expected, they had the hero rifle or OC, but outside of that, it wasn't really much at all. I thought, okay, well, this is the chance for the Party Astronauts to really crack on through, but that's the round NRG wins. So, Look, an MP9 available. Party Astronauts going for the force buy in this situation, which I guess makes sense because he would have been on a double eco anyway. But, yeah, that's not ideal at all. And the fact that didn't win those early rounds cleanly is costing them now. Not that you can't really control that in some ways. Just NRG playing really well. Nitro going to get the headshot over onto Ben Lee, and I mean they're walking onto a site that has 3 players or had 3 players. Now only 2, now only 1, now 0. So there's a rotation from peeping into market, but this round is probably done. Oof, it is.
Nothing saved either. These sort of rounds you'd like to hold on to a little bit of, you know, firepower just to put some pressure on NRG in this next round, but that's not even going to be afforded to them. They have a top mid lurk that is just waiting for any sort of late repositions. Money's now completely shattered. You're going to have to call a full save here.
No
And NRG likely to coast to 11.
That's tough. I mean, like, that's the risk of calling that force by in the previous round, even though I would argue that they would have been on a because the money was so low. But still, now they're going to have to likely surrender an 11th NRG. Unless NRG walks onto that stacked A site, then things might get interesting, even with just the USPs. But they're poking and prodding around the map, trying to find that open space. And with, I think it's Hex. Yeah, Hex moving through into Underpass. I don't know if he's going to deviate himself to check out what's happening at the B site, or if they're just going to commit towards A. And like I said, this is where potentially a path to victory opens up for the Party Astronauts.
It's not going to make it happen with the pistols, but you're exactly right. This is the only way that it could happen. Walking right into a stack. See how strong this execution is. They're going to need some strength in this department. Flashes roll on through. Utility going to be met by rifles. AKs just overpowering the USPs.
Right.
And it's just a quicker way to end the round for NRG walking into the stack.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times those types of rounds can get away from you, but NRG were clearing their corners very aggressively and effectively, and nothing slipped past their vision. Hex the 3K. And Breeze capped it off with the last one. 11-7 as expected for NRG. And now, perhaps the last chance for the Party Astronauts here, I would say. Because, again, they're buying down to very low money. And the loss bonus isn't that great either. So you don't win here. It's probably curtains on your map pick.
Incredibly challenging. Break on through this one. This is the perfect time to slow round down. You've got economy, you got a little bit in reserve. NRG can just take this slow. Challenge some of these lesser experienced players. Challenge the utility that Party Astronauts really don't have at the moment. Patience is going to be a virtue in this sort of round. So there's only a couple smokes, not a lot of counter utility left if an execute hits. Should be coming soon towards that A side. Maybe no access for peeping right now. No coverage towards middle. He's just going to be forced to play in the back of ladder. They hear the flashbangs coming through towards that A side. Really going to be tested now in that department as they start to again be diligent on the clearing of the angles. Infinite swinging for the fences. Going to be charged down to the trades available. It's Fang that comes through with extra resistance. So much damage done out of this duo. Infinite and Fang coordinating their efforts perfectly. And there's so much jungle presence right now. Automatic struggling to activate. Finally gets a chance, but shut down by OG Wizard. And the setup holds strong as needed from PA.
Yeah, nicely done from Infinite, getting that 3K, holding the fort down. Fang setting up a good crossfire with him. Fang, a player that Party Astronauts need to see more of if they're going to have success here on Mirage and get back into the swing of things. So, yes, you got an 8th. But on the NRG side, the money was built up quite a bit over that 3-round win streak. So again, you know, the pressure will continue to be on for the Party Astronauts, as has been the case, as you mentioned, since the beginning of this half. They haven't really gotten that room to breathe where it's like, oh, we might have an easy anti-eco here. It hasn't been the case at all at any point. Comes around. Oh, Hex gets the opener. That is problematic. In the first 15 seconds of the round, they've already lost one towards the B site, and I imagine that NRG might try to play off of that one and rotate the troops over to B, and even more so now with Hex finding the second one. He's going to take more real estate.
Could jump spotting, it seems like, from the minimap. That's a freebie. Hex just taking care of 2. Shutting down this entire B-side defense, and of course, it's gonna queue up re-aggression. It's 1:15 on the clock when Fang goes down, pushing middle, trying to regain some lost space, trying to switch the advantage into his favor with some sort of play, but Hex gets those kills so early, all you have to do is sit and wait, and the play comes straight to him.
I mean,
a lot that OG Wizard and Infinite can do in this sort of spot either.
No, not at all. I mean, probably just try and save, I would say. Infinite alone on the A site. He's going to need a multi-kill and a ridiculous spray transfer to get anything here, and he gets nothing. Breeze insta-headshots him around that corner, and now OG Wizard on a mission to try and save against 5 bodies on NRG that will likely be hunting him because they've got the money to do so. So we'll see if he can hang on to what will now be an AK-47 in his hands. But yeah, I mean, look, the big 2 for NRG have been exactly that. Breeze and Hex. Breeze 21, Hex 20. I mean, these are your 2 heavy hitters that if they perform well, you're finding success, and that's exactly what's happening here for NRG, and they've looked phenomenal. Breeze, again, like, I'm so impressed by his turnaround since his EG days. I talk about it a lot, but it's just because he looks like a fantastic player. OG Wizard gone, can't save the gun. 12-8 for NRG. They got map point.
Nobody saved, and it's going to be more pressure on this economy. It's an interesting call to make here. I mean, you're seeing a lot of activity. Oh, gosh. That's brutal. That second kill from Hex. That's the last thing you want to see in this sort of round. Binley getting, you know, a bit breezy on the jump spotting there. Gets shut down. Hex lining up a double down. It's such a wild call to make, but maybe just trying to get some pace change going. Got an HE for this window room, I believe? Or no, just gonna get a late boost for Fang. So much pressure put on mid early on. Nitro's so active in these fights right now. Really space created. They control 1 out on. They do have to be careful of this boosted up player in ladder. The Molotov's on Cat. They're gonna make you think it's clear. They're gonna make it think it's safe. You might not check it, but peeping will check you before you even get a chance. Now Binley has to duck on out and get out of dodge, but there's no luck in that department. It's too little, too late. Peeping put on notice with his low HP has silently repositioned in towards Van. They're not gonna expect him here. It's a free shot and a second dink followed up right there. Fantastic stuff from Peeping so far. Is looking to keep this one competitive, and PA, they're fighting for their lives in this map.
All right, well, still staying in at a solid hold towards that B site. And this is an important one found from OG Wizard at the beginning of the round, but it's just Peeping. And then OG Wizard again holding down the fort and getting the frags that the party astronauts need to stay in this map. But they still need 3 in a row. And I mean, look, NRG, another full buy will be coming through. In the next round, it might be a bit more limiting. I imagine they might go for a half buy there if we even get to that point. Because now NRG are going back to what has worked more often than not, and that's the A site. Smoke going to get thrown for A ramp. Infinite all the way back at Ticket, yeah. Nade tossed. Just missing the mark, but it does blow the smoke away.
Nitro's a little overexposed for a second there, but
yeah,
no vision from OG Wizard just yet on this AWP. A step too wide. That could be the end of Nitro's round. Avoiding calls for concern just yet. Trying to work these angles here. Gonna get an HE, but there's nothing given in this NRG default. There's no mistakes being made right now. This party astronauts consistently hunting for these kills. Got automatic silently scaled into the connector. There's a peek from OG Wizard. There's the connection. It eventually comes through. Automatic next step bat here. A quick one. But he gets found out through the smoke. It's Hex that still is able to crack through. Breeze and Hex rolling through this A side. OG Wizard forced to smoke himself off and then push through it. And he denies the bomb plant. No, it's actually onto OC and Palace instead. It's going to be a step out from Hex, a quick one. And they know where OG Wizard is. Can he show up clutch to save this? Not quite. Sidelined, not expecting the re-aggression to come through. No respect given for the new guy on campus for PA. And it will be a victory for NRG.
Yeah, and unfortunately for PA, I feel like a win condition was taking this map here on Mirage because we're going to Ancient next, and they are 1-6 over the last 3 months there versus NRG, who don't have like the craziest record there. It's 8-7, but they're much better and they're much more practiced on that map. So this is going to be a very, very tough battle for PA going into map number 2. I think we're going to have those stats coming at you guys in just a little bit. The PrizePicks stats let you know how things are going for all the players. But, just to break that one down a little bit further, Cole, yes, I mean, Party Astronauts had a much better second half than the first half. It's just that they couldn't keep the bodies up. They couldn't find that clean round victory in order to give them a little bit of breathing room. They were always just being suffocated by NRG.
The round that really broke them in particular was the OC Hero Rifle round, where you started
Yeah.
to talk about the comeback. It could have been 8-8 at that point, but that's where we saw the kind of breakaway from NRG taking control of the economy and kind of shifting things up a little bit from that point forward. That was the round I think that really broke PA's back, and maybe if they had more room to work with on a T side, we wouldn't have seen that sort of devastating impact. But from that point forward, you just needed a couple more, hex entries to get you through the last couple stages of the finishing stages of a map, and they had those eventually. Hex was bringing you those entries, and he was doing that on consistent fashion. So impressive stuff from NRG, and as you highlighted, those 2 clear win conditions were available.
Yeah, Hex, ridiculous, of course, on those entries. Coming into this with an opening kill rating of 1.19, very effective in that regard. And of course, first kill in 1 rounds is 18.1%. So I mean, he was again very critical in that role. If you look at the stats, yeah, Breeze and Hex are more than halfway towards their predicted frags on the PrizePicks side. And then you look at OC and Automatic, who are also on pace. I would say maybe Nitro isn't, which is a little bit of a surprise for me, but it doesn't matter for him because he is happy to watch his star fraggers take control.
Yeah, absolutely, man. As we've highlighted many times, sometimes Nitro doesn't have to have like big individual games. You can maybe rely on that once or twice in a event, but sometimes you can just take it easy and watch Hex and Breeze take control of a server so effectively. Automatic and some like pistol rounds in that first half actually was super impactful.
Yep.
Wasn't as necessary again lurking about on T side. He didn't have to have a lot of impact. Sometimes he was good up connector and finding some important kills to alleviate some of the pressure of the rotates coming through. But for the most part, like the injuries were thriving so much from Hex and Breeze that it made the job so much easier for NRG.
Yeah, and then we look over at the Party Astronauts. Not as pretty here, but peeping actually more than halfway towards that PrizePicks kill estimate. And peeping was honestly the revelation in that map for the Party Astronauts. He's always been a good player, always one that we've highlighted. So it was good to see him getting involved. It's just that, the players we expected to see more from didn't deliver. Fang in particular, only 8 frags on the board and 37 ADR. We highlighted him before things got started. He's now, the lone star that we look towards to really get things going on this Party Astronaut squad without 60 being there anymore. And at least on map number 1, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it looked like he had a lot of difficult positions as well. He's getting like systematically shut down, almost targeted by NRG in some of those
Yeah.
early rounds. We saw the HEs that got stacked over on him, the opening stages. And when that happens to you on your like first gun round, your first big opportunity, man, it just feels so incredibly brutal after that point. It just completely sets the tone for, okay, NRG, they have my number right now. I've got to shift up how I'm playing my game. And I feel like we saw a little bit of that from Fang in this matchup after that point. So, credit to NRG for keeping a certain star a little bit quiet in this matchup.
Absolutely. So we'll see if they can continue to do that as they go on to their map pick of Ancient, guys, and map number 2 after this break.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Strike player and you have not signed up, please sign up. We want to break over 200 different teams again, and we really, really appreciate your support of our efforts to try to grow North American Counter-Strike. Look, the truth is these events right now have no margin for us. Remember we talked about margin? That's a fancy way of saying we don't make any money. We're basically volunteering our organization's time to put this event on right now because we give a shit about NACS, North American Counter-Strike, and we want to help it grow. Do we hope we can build a series and eventually get margin for the different groups that are involved? Of course we do. We run a business. But right now we're doing it, because we want to be leaders in the scene. We want to support this scene. And selfishly, we need a pipeline for the pro American orgs to draw from for talent and for really skilled players. And right now we don't have that. So it's not completely altruistic. There are some selfish motives, but this is also a slow burn. We are planting seeds that might come up for years. But the NACS scene has done so much for complexity and been so good to complexity over the years. This is something we're really passionate about, and we're really grateful to PrizePicks for coming.
Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 3. We have NRG with a 1-0 lead headed on to their map pick of Ancient. How do you think this one's going to go, Cole?
I mean, as you highlighted here, it's going to be difficult. We've talked about the percentages here for Party Astronauts, and I want to paint maybe a prettier picture than what their percentages are, and just say that this new roster should, in theory, be maybe a little bit more comfortable on this map, just given the fact that the roles make more sense. You know, what once was a 60 field day on a map like Ancient was just controlling middle, and he was like forced in towards cave, and some of these positions was forced into like less activity, and that wasn't really where he thrived. And so you can hope that Peeping comes into this roster and benefits it a little bit more, playing more comfortable in some of these tougher roles. I think it makes a lot of sense that Party Astronauts can build back into this map long term, at one point a stronghold for them. So Hopefully we get to see them in better form in this matchup versus NRG, but it's not going to be an easy head-to-head.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, look, I appreciate the fact that, trying to paint a more positive picture. And I would tend to agree in a lot of ways with Peeping, as you mentioned. Like, you even saw him on Mirage. He was doing a great job, contributing in a supporting role. Even when 60 was on this roster, I thought he was going to pop off when they played Mirage, but it didn't really happen because he wasn't in those positions to have that much impact. And when he wasn't, it felt like his play just dropped off dramatically because he's kind of fueled by all of those star plays and like those highlight reel plays
Yeah.
that he's able to pull off, and he wasn't getting that. So, it didn't really come through. But for Peeping, it was great. Like, he did everything he had to in the supporting role in Mirage. I agree with you. If he can complete that on Ancient as well, and everyone else can wake up a little bit on the Party Astronaut side, I think it could very well be interesting. I think the only thing that maybe detracts from that a little bit is the lack of practice time and the lack of like reps on the map with this current roster, because Peeping, as much as he is a good player, he hasn't really played with these guys, so the chemistry might not be there. And the same can be said for OG Wizard. The op's going to be an important piece on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a couple of good OG Wizard games as well in Ancient where he's able
good,
to
yes.
to op on this map very effectively.
Yep.
Like Lag in the past been able to bring some really good game plans and challenge some of the, like the upper echelon rosters in ECL because of how good their Ancient was. So now then I fully expect that at least OG Wizard, I would hope that he's able to provide some of that impact that comes from that successful Lag roster. That's what you'd hope to see at least. But obviously, it's tough for a new guy to come in and start to try and shift things up, right? Especially a player that's a little bit young, such as OG Wizard. So we'll see. I mean, I think he's going to be one of those players that can take positions, can take resources, and demand it.
All right. Well, if we look at the results, last time the Party Astronauts played on this map, it was up against Legacy. And, I mean, you had OG Wizard actually with 15 frags, and leading the charge was Fang at 17. And that's going to be important. Even though they lost that match, it was 13-8, still they were in it for a decent chunk of time. So we'll see if perhaps Fang can do the same here for his squad, along with OG Wizard on the op. But I agree, Peeping will also be a piece to keep an eye on. We get started here with the Sonic Fast Starter Pistol round. Ben Leet waiting around here towards Red Room. Automatic on the other side, lurking. Oh my goodness, the B site's completely open. Except for one player, I mean Infinite, but he's on the back lines.
Yeah, I mean, probably just looking for that retake-centric approach. A lot more resources on A, and now they'll finally realize where the play's heading. You want to see if Infinite can thread a quick kill in there before the retake really starts. Flashbang set up if they want to re-aggress towards long. Flashbang comes out, and it's avoided by Breeze. Ooh. He's running in sideways. The headshot doesn't connect, and he punishes severely. At least there's some extra coverage coming through, and OG Wizard and Fang firing up. This is a duo you can be fearful of, but Automatic is on a flank, and Hex has just got a quick one. Setting it into a 2v2 in which they have no idea where Automatic is. OG Wizard has a little bit of an idea.
What?
But it's still extra impact out of Hex. He's still looking to secure this thing. So low for Fang. Hex will come jumping, flying around the corner right there. A flying Hex to shut it down. And NRG will win another pistol.
I mean, geez, Hex is absolutely feeling it right now. 26, I think it was, on map number 1. He's already got 3 here. The movement was phenomenal. I mean, just swinging around that one swing to the strafe, I should say, to the right away from that left corner, yielded a frag and then damage onto Fang. Unbelievable the work he was doing with his position known. A lot of it was thanks to Automatic, right, being in on that flank and helping support, or excuse me, was it Breeze? Anyway, regardless, it was thanks to his teammate being in on that flank and helping out and doing a lot of damage. But either way, Hexed proven his worth again here for NRG. Infinite waiting with the pistol. Only pistols for PA. They're stacked up on the right site. Didn't matter on Mirage when they did that on their eco rounds, but maybe it'll matter here. We'll see. Bentley misses all his shots and OC. So, not a great start for PA. Obviously, the rest of the bodies are there, and Infinite will get one onto Breeze, so they know that something might be amiss here towards B, and Hex quickly closes shop again. OC the last one, excuse me, OG Wizard the last one, and it will be Nitro to get that frag. 2-0 for NRG.
Quick and comfortable. Locking down against these pistols on the move there for OC. Sealed in. So more things to fear here if Hex continues to just gain some confidence. And the last person you want to see at the start of your game, 5-0, first 2 rounds deep, is Hex on the T side, finding these entries. Putting a lot of pressure on these B side players throughout the half, as he was able to do in that last map. Peeping again in this cave position, taking up the mantle of where 6 used to play. I can get creative on these cave positions as well, so looking forward to seeing what he can do as Hex is forced to dance from so many different spams. Automatic has got so much space, and evolving from Infinite. A little slow to react to the initial poke and prod of Nitro. He'll step out for an opening duel. And the Molotovs to entry on in here. The Temple reposition could be valuable, but they're struggling to just mount the boost right now. Oh, it's horrible. It's so awkward. And it ends up costing them their life. Fang will rip 2 quick kills away because of it.
That was messy from NRG. I'd say that the messiest we've seen them throughout this series so far. Automatic only gets 1. OG Wizard trades them out, and that will do it for the round. Party Astronauts win it, but NRG just looking a little bit lost. It was a nice opener from Nitro. I thought he might even be able to transfer for the second, but this was just, yeah, that's not great. They just couldn't find a way to get off that boost. I'm not sure if it was maybe because they were getting stuck or some sort of glitch that was happening there. It looked very awkward.
I don't know what happened. Yeah, I mean, maybe just like there's some sort of like ceiling that they couldn't break past, and the boost just didn't work out. And by then it's a little too late. Fang's already repositioned to capitalize. It's one of those moments, you know, where milliseconds matter, but also like 2 whole seconds of boosting also matters way more in Counter-Strike, and the Fang will capitalize. I do appreciate the timeout though off the back of it. Smart call from NRG, settle the nerves a little bit. Or maybe just steady the frustration that comes through off the back of that round. Make sure you wipe your memory clean. Set your focus on another opportunity to break this economy of PA with the little tools that you do have.
Certainly not out of the realm of possibility, especially considering what we saw in Mirage. But not the most comfortable of starts for Energy, let's say, especially after that previous round. Fang, much better for him. 5 frags and 3. NRG, maybe they were thinking about going fast to B, but Party Astronauts with all the util they're tossing certainly changed their minds quickly. Automatic, veering around towards mid, waiting for a potential boost to come up here. But so far, nothing doing there, and NRG are just biding their time, waiting for the Party Astronauts to make the first mistake, but Party Astronauts are not going to get aggressive here.
Not just yet. Remaining patient. I mean, they've been very willing to let Automatic just kind of cook through middle. See if he can't open up things at all. Doesn't really have a lot of tools. So no smokes or anything like that. It's just going to be his AK in hand ready to go. Smoke to deny information. That actually sells a rotate. It actually brings OG Wizard to get involved. Gonna double back though. Confirm his position on this B side. The spotting has already taken place here. It's Peeping that has to fight between 2 different fronts, and he covers his cave perfectly. OC stepping up for at least a crack on through. His Peeping will fall just the same. These rifles able to take charge, but look at this. OG Wizard gonna get a kill with this AG, isn't he? Yeah, just falling over, and the extra added benefit of blowing open that smoke. A multi-functional HE right there. Sets it up into a 2v3 in which OC looks to get active. Not hanging back with low HP. He's got to be careful. He just spots out so much info. He can't hold down the line, though. Gets charged forward by a moving OG Wizard. Nitro now needs to cover off on the intro. But Fang will come through in the clutch. Trades out his teammates and makes sure Nitro can't get away with anything.
Oh, wow. That was so close, though. Nitro almost clutching out the 1v3. But yeah, a little bit too tough. I think OC perhaps careless in his movement towards long B, right? His rifle was showing, and I mean, his position really figured out there as you see OG Wizard kind of taking care of business. But afterwards, Nitro had the lineups, just ran out of bullets, and he pulled out the pistol and tried to get it done there, but it was too late because he was already down to dirt before he even had a chance to unload another round out of the chamber. So 2-2, all tied up here, and now there is going to be another hero AK bot up for NRG. That's an X-Sand this time, everyone else onto upgraded pistols. I don't mind the call. Hex had the money, so it's worthwhile. Or at least Nitro had the money. He dropped it for Hex, so sacrificial in that regard. We'll see if it pans out, if it pays off for NRG. They've been gambling well so far.
Nitro taking advantage of a timing here. He goes back to cover, but his back stern trying to spam down range, and attention split every which way. Peeping now with a sidearm out, and he gets knocked out by a Nitro kill. Bree stepping forward with the deagle. And the Hero AK sure have found one, but these pistols found so much more around it. OG Wizard just looking to hold on to his weaponry, but he's getting cut off. He sees multiple smokes now line in towards his location, but no longer safety on this A side reposition. There is a Nitro waiting for his return. OG Wizard has to be careful. Shelf position spotted out now, but again, as I highlighted, there is no safety in holding on to this AWP. He fights forward instead of falling back. Automatic's got to be careful in this position. But Nitro's got the cut off. The flank eventually formulates. There's nothing held on to. And NRG so good at keeping this PA economy quiet, never allowing them to get too much in a row. And it's another one of these scrappy purchases, this half buy, that nets them so much success.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I would even say lighter than that in terms of their buy-up. It's just the Hero AK that they had available to them, but the pistols were great. Breeze with that deagle, what a shot around the corner. Taking advantage of the party astronauts, just weren't expecting that to come to fruition. And now PA, they're on a force buy again, you're right. I mean, their economy just hasn't been able to settle down on their CT side at any point throughout this series on both maps so far. Bang goes through, and Nitro gets one. Can't get the second because it's peeping with the 5.7 who pulls it off, upgrades himself to the M4. But off of that, NRG realized, okay, this is getting a little too sloppy here. Let's go back towards A. Infinite hits the headshot, but it's too far to be a one-shot kill from that 5.7. So it's automatic winning the duel, making it a 4v3. OC watching with the op into the catacombs. They're walking on towards the A site. There's a player lurking in the shadows. It's Ben, but he can't strike true. OC connects on another one. That will make it. Oh, well, yeah, it's done now. OG Wizard dropped the dirt by Automatic's AK, and Peeping is hightailing it the heck out of here and saving the M4. We're trying to.
I have to hold on to this one. And like you said, try to is keyword, as NRG have been so willing to go on the hunt in so many of these rounds. It looks like they're going to continue to do that. Just a little bit of trying to box them in. It's another effective call, though, from NRG. I mean, you can talk consistently about the amount of space that Automatic is gaining for this squad towards middle, and he's doing it on a solo missions here, especially when he's up against pistols. He is just doing an incredible job of taking ground and not making any overextensions. Pretty tough head-to-head there for Infinite when he's going up against the AK and he's got a P250. Does good damage, but I mean, again, he's just on this solo mission. It makes the A-side plays so much easier when you have someone like Automatic that is willing to do this move. Probably not going to see the resistance just yet either from PA for the most part. Peeping still alive with his A1S is nice, but Felico behind it.
Yeah, well, I mean, B site pretty heavy here for the party astronauts. 4 players in position. NRG feels like the initial foray meant to go towards this site. Hex already pushed up to the top ramp, and this is what they won't expect, right? This is where Hex is able to probably get one for free should they charge out. Oh, OG Wizard actually gets behind cover, but he runs into Peeping, now comes around the corner, and well, it is going to be the party astronauts fault. Ground. Bang almost connects onto OC with the 5.7, and Ben does get one before he's traded. Infinite as well, but now Infinite's the last one standing, and just with that USP, can't do much of anything. 5-2 in favor of NRG. Not the cleanest of Anticos, but pretty good.
Yeah, they just tank through some of the early fights. Helps out largely going up against those USPs. When that's being recycled and Peeping with armor. I think they were also fumbling on that boost and made it a lot more difficult to have any impact in that department. And, you know, just the same as it seemed like it could have frustrated NRG and a lost effort. The same could be true now for PA when missing out on some boost that could have set Paping up for an opening duel or something of that nature. But back into these aggressive cave duels here, back into Peeping Watch. Going to get creative on these spams, look to try and fight for an opening duel, but Nitro's playing in between smokes right now. Benleet has full coverage of this B lane side. Infinite is still finding impact on the other side of the map alongside Benleet, so all seems to be going well. Breeze, you want to give him another duel thing?
I don't know why.
Set to the task, and just seems a little free in this one.
Why are you dry peeking that when you have OC with 2 flashes? Like, why not wait for the flash setup or something? Like, 3 players just walking to their deaths there for NRG. A little bit careless in their play. Fang, along with Infinite, happy to deliver a couple. And Ben got the opener, let's not forget, for the squad. Only OC and Nitro in a 2v5, 52 seconds left on the clock, but they're not in the same vicinity, not in the same area code at this point. And OC misses the flick, he's gone, bomb down. Nitro manages to get 1 here. But, I mean, at this stage, survival is impossible, and Benleet will ensure that no other frags come through for Nitro. 3rd for PA.
Yeah, I think that's one of those rounds where, you know, you got a healthy lead. Start doesn't go your way like that. Just a spam out of the gates from Benleet to open it up. But you definitely felt like NRG just playing like they wanted to trade things back. Like they wanted to, you know, take back control very quickly. That leads to a lot of isolated duels throughout the map. Makes it easy for PA, and I think that's something we need to highlight here. Trying to get opening kills in this CT side is very important, and it's been nullified a lot. So even if it's through a wall, whatever you can do to get it activated is so welcoming here. Fang tries to fight forward, but just leveled by OC. He is fighting tooth and nail for this mid control. Set up with a little utility from Infinite towards middle, but not going to go his way. It gets knocked out of the round, and there's more of those opening duels successful for NRG.
I mean, look, this is the opportunity for the party astronauts to really get their economy a little bit more settled. They had 4 players surviving the previous round, and no, look at that Infinite flash, blindsided, headshotted by Hexed, 5v3 in favor of NRG. Good smoke pop, but OG Wizard can't get the shot, and Breeze takes care of him. It is all NRG all the time again in this round, and Nitro racks up 2 more. He's hit double digits already here in only 9 rounds of play, and he's got, you know, 10 to his name. Only had those 9 in the first map. We mentioned it. He can really pop off at the right time. This is just crazy. I mean, great utility, great movement and pacing on the round for NRG.
Complete reversal of what we saw just, you know, around prior to that, right? Where, you know, they are just isolating themselves, you know, they're peeking with flashes available, but not using those to take extra space. And I think the big difference maker is they're in a 4v5, and we'll just look at that. We finally got the PrizePicks check mark seal of approval for more than 32.5 kills for Hex. He has been performing out of his mind. That carries forward into this map. Maybe not this round, as he is knocked out pretty quickly. Peeping with the USP, trying to hold the line, but not available to do so. And the site will be claimed. Infinite and Fang looking to maybe just do some extra damage here. We got a CZ, but there's too much distance, I feel like, for this CZ to be as effective.
You'd be surprised sometimes.
That's true. Sometimes a CZ burst will surprise me.
Let's see what happens here, and no, not that time. Nitro taking care of business. Infinite, last one standing, sprayed down through the smoke to 22, and now 0 as the smoke fades away completely, and Automatic takes care of business. NRG 7, PA 3, and I mean, to say that the party astronauts have struggled on their CT side would be an understatement, honestly, because NRG have continually had the pressure on them, both on Mirage and here on Ancient. There hasn't been a moment where the party astronauts have been in an anti-eco. There just hasn't. NRG has constantly been either forcing up and making life difficult for them, or going for that hero rifle buy-up that's kind of rung true against PA. And here we go again. The mid-fight completely won by NRG. Completely. This is a buy round. This is not an eco, and it looks like it. OC gets OG Wizard. Peeping looks the wrong way. Nitro a freebie. Benleet the last one standing, and no longer NRG are starting to put their foot down.
Yeah, they're getting away with everything they could ask for in these fights right now. It's completely dominant coming through from the early mid duels once again. And it's Fang and Infinite trying to send their fights downrange, trying to lock in some opening duels. As I've highlighted, it has been so scarce in this second map, is just getting first picks in these head-to-heads, and it will continue to haunt them throughout the remainder of this half. They get to end with a force buy of 4 MP9s to try and, you know, pray that something can go their way. I like the change, at least. The only place they've really been able to find opening duels has been towards B, so they're going to give it another go, but Hex is playing well around the smoke, and he just ran through Cave. He just roll reversed them right there, completely infuriating to deal with. They've lost this A control as well, and Binley has a little something to say, but not much about it, as he is somehow the last man standing in this round. It is complete domination coming through from NRG. And just a lonely Bentley looking to save them, and there will be nothing to save.
That's tough. That is a tough pill to swallow for the party astronauts. I mean, NRG, after losing that slower paced round, ratcheted it up completely and just started bullying the party astronauts, and it worked round and round. I mean, Rex just walks out there, gets the first, stays in a known position, and still finds the follow-up and doesn't die. I mean, he's on one right now, to say the least, but everyone on NRG is just stepping up to the plate. Nitro's having a way better map 2 than he had map 1, but Hex has been the most consistent piece, along with Breeze, of course, but I'm just impressed what Hex has been able to do in terms of entries on the T side and opening up space for NRG. As we get started here with the Sonic Fast Starter Pistol Round.
So you can get those kills. I mean, dude, Hex has been pretty good on these pistols. Breeze has had a lot of multis. Looking sharp. The more pistols you have, the more opportunities. But there's a quick headshot from Breeze, hitting doubles down again, just so sharp with those instant dismissals. And the bomb plant going to come through at the very least. They're going to punch in those digits, set this up for a possible post-plant hold. They're taking further space as well. Straight into Temple, but straight into the anticipation of NRG. Ready to catch that re-aggro. A 2v4 that feels just not possible at this point here. Now 1v4 for Infinite. Idea of getting boxed in now, knowing the location. And will be ran down.
Wow, that's honestly, yeah, it's a 1v4. It's pistol round, though, so anything can happen, but NRG ensured that nothing would with, like you said, the way they boxed him in, everyone surrounding him, and just no chance at all. Even if he gets the first, he would be immediately deleted afterwards. So NRG, these first two shots by Breeze, or first two frags, I should say, were absolutely ridiculous, razor sharp. And now you have NRG into double digits, 10-3 in their favor. The difference between this and Mirage is that, you know, on Mirage we had an 8-4 scoreline for NRG, but PA wins the pistol, they convert off it, they make it close. Now PA doesn't win the pistol, and it's 10-3 for NRG. 3 more rounds, they've got the series under their belts, as Breeze is going to get that green check mark there for more than 33 kills for PrizePicks. But yeah, now it's a very difficult time for PA. I mean, they are going to force up off the bomb plant, which is good.
Smoke is perfectly timed. Oh, they're running through blind. I think that flashbang caught him, and now it's just Hex. They're still blind by the same flashes. They got blind by their own flashes over and over again, running through the smoke. And there's not going to be much life left after that one. You can see that's a team flash right there. And the second player running through the smoke, there's more flashes rolling through. That might have been counter utility. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure they were just locking in those team flashes. And Hex is being now set up by his opposition for success, and he just gets to feast as they run through smoke.
Yeah, and Nitro comes in there and like just casually steals his ace, by the way. Just like, oh yeah, whatever. You don't want to get too confident there.
You have to pay the IGL tax.
Yeah. But, I mean, Hex is so pumped. You see him on his cam, too. Now, party astronauts are going to walk through with a couple of quick pistol frags. Yeah, okay, indeed. Breeze and Hex strike back, though. Peeping, can he get it? Wow. No! That was a critical one, but he loses the fight just barely with Nitro surviving on 13 HP. OG Wizards managed to slip through. No, he hasn't. Not at all. I don't even know how Hex saw him. Yeah, he was in that smoke, and the round's already over. What was that?
How is that? I mean, is he just like, he's blowing the smoke so that he can see through his eyes? That is wild. And, well, I mean, the entries were equally wild, I guess, from PA to start it off. but the recovery of a 5v3 is
Oh, yeah.
instant into a 3v0. And yeah, I guess he did have a little bit of vision there. Was punching holes through the smoke with the HE and the spam combo. But however you do it, it's just as effective here. It's, NRG ready to coast to the finish line at this point, and maybe the woes still maintained for a PA Ancient.
Yep, at least for now, right? Like I
Right.
said, didn't have enough time to cook here. They could still come back in 9 rounds in a row, but the way NRG have played, it just doesn't feel possible unless NRG completely collapses on their defensive side, which I don't know. Doesn't
Big
feel like it's
shadow
going to happen.
advantage
Look at
here.
that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Breeze going to get the first one. Knows that there's at least another player here. Now OC helps out, dropping Infinite, peeping. I mean, he's fighting by himself at this point. I think just trying to get away or make space for his teammates to try and help. But with Fang eliminated on the other side and peeping on life support at 6 HP, this is just absolutely curtains, I would say, Cole. And more so now. Peeping, last one standing, 6 HP. It is over. A dominant 13-3 map victory for NRG as they take the series 2-0.
I mean, and a cheeky 130 ADR there for Hex if you round up. Not too bad. I mean, he's just controlling the server so effectively. Definitely a matchup for NRG that they can be proud of, because as highlighted here, this isn't, a dead party astronauts roster. This is one that has been lifted up, revitalized. Everyone pretty excited about these changes. I think targeting 2 good acquisitions here, but unfortunately hasn't led to success out of the gates. We can look forward to this roster, though, with more practice time, becoming a little bit more efficient.
No, definitely. I think that there's been some promise, like you were alluding to, with peeping. I like what I'm seeing from the 2 pieces that have been added, but they absolutely need more time to cook before anything's really going to materialize up against, teams like NRG or Wildcard or Legacy. It's just too tough of an ask this early on with these new additions. But NRG, again, continuing to look strong in all of their performances in the NA Revival series. So we'll see if they'll be able to carry forward and continue to damage against their further opponents here. But we're going to have to say goodbye to the Party Astronauts. A valiant effort, but I would say on Ancient, it was very much not in doubt at all. We're going to have the stats up for you guys in just a bit and check out who hit those prize picks. Had the prize picks check marks. I think it was just Breeze and Hex, to my knowledge. And yeah, you're going to see it here on the NRG side. Breeze destroyed it, like absolutely annihilated that.
122 ADR over the series, so that's consistently just dropping massive numbers. Yeah, it makes sense that he got our prize picks check marks, passing expectations there. Automatic close to it, as he played a great best of 3 there. Had a lot of just impact, I would say, in the server. Yeah. When he was getting kills, you could definitely feel it. And then again, kind of a better map 2 for Nitro rolling on in. But there's just nothing to really complain about for NRG in this matchup, in this head-to-head. They got to assert a little bit more dominance in this head-to-head as well, and a good sign. On the other end of things here for Party Astronauts, I think, it's very clear that there was maybe a little underperformance from Fang. I expect that to quickly change, and I definitely feel like that was felt to the server. But sometimes, again, for like star players as well, when you're bringing in new changes and you're bringing in new players, you do take a little hit in performances. It takes you a little bit to build back up to how you were at peak efficiency.
And I think it's also maybe you trying to do too much sometimes. I think that was the case for Fang here today. Like just getting in positions that are very difficult to recover from. Like over on Mirage at top mid, he kept getting isolated again and again. He wanted to make those plays. He was trying to really get his team going, but couldn't get that rhythm at all. So we'll see. I agree with you though. I think he's going to improve immensely as time goes on. He's always been a very solid fragger. But that's going to wrap up our first series, guys. Before we get to the next one, we have some thank yous to say to some wonderful organizations who are helping making this possible. Guys, the NA Revival series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The NA Revival Series is also pleased to announce and introduce Sonic as its newest sponsor. They are empowering visionary creators to develop the next generation of Web3 applications with its high-performance blockchain. Sonic is home to hundreds of finance and gaming apps and a vibrant community who are actively redefining what it means to interact with Web3. Check them out at soniclabs.com and begin your blockchain journey today. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnering with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play on Faceit for ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have the next matchup here on the PrizePicks NA Revival Series.
Strike player and you have not signed up, please sign up. We want to break over 200 different teams again, and we really appreciate your support of our efforts to try to grow North American Counter-Strike. Look, the truth is these events right now have no margin for us. Remember we talked about margin? That's a fancy way of saying we don't make any money. We're basically volunteering our organization's time to put this event on right now because we give a shit about NACS, North American Counter-Strike, and we want to help it grow. Do we hope we can build the series and eventually get margin for the different groups that are involved? Of course we do. We run a business. But right now we're doing it, because we want to be leaders in the scene. We want to support this scene. And selfishly, we need a pipeline for the pro American orgs to draw from for talent and for really skilled players. And right now we don't have that. So it's not completely altruistic. There are some selfish motives, but this is also a slow burn. We are planting seeds that might come up for years. But the NACS scene has done so much for Complexity and been so good to Complexity over the years. This is something we're really passionate about, and we're really grateful to PrizePicks for coming.
Over 20 years of Complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home. Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
Right, we're live a little bit earlier than expected there. Thanks to our producer Rob. We love you, Rob. But yeah, we're going into the swing of things here with the second series of the night, the final series of the night. In fact, Boss versus Timbermen. And these two teams faced off in the closed qualifier for the RMR Cole, and that was an absolute barn burner, way more than I expected, because Boss had been kind of limp going into that RMR, and then the closed qualifier for the RMR, and then they qualify for it.
Yeah, the whole phrasing around like the closed qualifier, it's always been very difficult, but it is another event that just means so much to any team that's able to lock these in. And when you win it, it is that extra push of motivation. You're talking about a huge risk that Boss have taken, and this new guy in Fruit Cup here with an opportunity, to instantly get into like a kind of top echelon ECL roster. I know Boss is going to struggle up against some of the top dogs consistently, but dude, Boss is such a consistently good team. Was able to make it to Pro League season 19, so it was a huge deal. This is a big move up for him, and he has so far passed the test, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, definitely more in a supporting role, I would say. If you look at his stats, he's not necessarily going to light up that scoreboard, but absolutely he has answered the call and has been that piece that Boss needed. Not to mention that they abandoned working with Micro. We saw it, I think, in one of the CCT series that they were playing with Hate as a sub, and we weren't actually sure if that was permanent. It wasn't. It was just Hate subbing in, but it was an indication that Micro was no longer IGLing the squad. They're going back to Cryptic as the IGL, which I think, honestly, given the results they had, kind of the obvious choice because things didn't get any better. In fact, I would argue they kind of got worse under different leadership. So,
Yeah.
Obviously qualifying for the RMR is huge. It's the second time in a row this squad has qualified for it. So that's great news for them. We'll see if they can make a little bit more noise once they get to that point. But let's focus in here and jump to our Prize Picks analyst segment to talk about these individuals.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, obviously we've highlighted here that we weren't sure exactly what we were getting here. We'll look at, I guess, Boss first out of the gates and kind of highlight what they're bringing to the table. And as you can see, for me, again, even though he is still doing the calling, that Cryptic can also back it up with the frags. He has been trying. I've talked to him a little bit about that Micro and Cryptic move, and he has been trying to get off the calling so that he can fully focus on just shooting, not fully focus on his crosshair. But if you can do it both and you can do it effectively, good enough to get you to the RMR, beat some of this tough competition. They beat Legacy in a best of one. That really made NRG's run a little bit more difficult. It is such a big deal, and this guy, there's no question, is such a very clear leader in both the fragging and in terms of how he brings up a roster. And so for me, that's definitely a good opportunity because this guy, he's such a consistent piece of this puzzle.
I would argue that he's better when at fragging, when he's IGLing, honestly, it's
Yeah.
just it feels like he calls the game well in a way that suits him as on top of it. So yeah, and you looked at in the previous series up against this squad, he had 62 frags tied with Slight at the top. Another piece that's kind of one that has been very inconsistent at times, but he activated in such a significant way at that close qualifier. I'm looking to see more from Slight, and I think that it could be a sign that he's hit his rhythm. So probably one that could get above that 30.5 frag prediction over the first two maps. I think one that might be a little bit maybe too high is Fruit Cup. I'm not sure he'll be able to hit that frag total because if you look at the overall series that he performed, he did his job, right? We already talked about this. He's very effective. He's doing his job, playing some dirty roles, but getting it done. It's just that frags aren't necessarily going to come in bunches for Fruit Cup. So we'll see how that pans out. I still think that he's filled the void nicely for the boss squad in absence of Micro, who was cut from the roster.
Yeah, I mean, a player I've seen that's very vocal as well. A player that can get this team back on track even when, times are frustrating. So, like, if you're talking about another vocal piece for Fruit Cup, I feel like it's definitely like a good opportunity to take a little bit of that load off of Cryptic and let him be another piece. So that's like extra resources here could make maybe Cryptic's job a little easier if more pieces of info are getting involved. But yeah, I mean, no question. I feel like this roster's it's got a lot of potential here. I guess we can take a look at Boss and see what they're bringing to the table on the other side of things. Right now, we don't have the full roster. I believe it's going to be Dia and Intra playing as the last two for this squad. So we'll just talk about like the core here. We've seen this core for so incredibly long.
Yeah,
we know what this core usually brings to the table. And for that, like Snav again being able to be efficient when it comes to like both fragging and calling is very clear. You've got Shane, who does take a very similar role to Fruit Cup, as you've highlighted, and maybe isn't going to be the biggest piece of the action, but if the play comes to him, he's going to feast those kills up. He's going to get those frags. And then, of course, Dare, who is so active. Like, Dare feels to me in this, like, the most active player in this matchup. Maybe Snav and Dare as a duo, the most active two pieces of this team out of the three that are listed right now, and definitely going to be involved in most of the action.
Yeah, I feel like these three guys are attached by the hip, honestly. I don't know the last time they didn't play with each other. We're going to have to go back probably like 5-6 years. I don't even have that stat on me, but it's been a very long time. And I think that's the one benefit for them, that even if they have roster changes, it's always the fourth and the fifth player that's being swapped out, never their top three, which is what they are. So Dare in particular, I think I want to highlight him because he's a very versatile player. He can obviously rifle very effectively. He has been the main opper in past iterations of the roster, and he will be again here, at least for this series, because I take that back, because Dia is going to be playing here tonight, as I was a little bit shocked to see that, because Dia technically stepped down from the roster with peeping, but yeah, he's going to be here. So probably he'll be taking care of the opping duties, and Dare is just going to be on the rifle. But I mean, also Dare could decide to take some of the op duties and maybe be a second opper here as we move forward. Definitely a piece to keep an eye on regardless. And I feel like motivation might be a little low for Dia. I have a feeling it's just like they had no one else. And he's like, okay, fine, I'll play. But yeah, I don't know how much we're going to see from him.
Well, he's been playing some pucks. We were just looking pre-game.
Well, yeah, he's ridiculous at the pucks.
He's been playing. He's got 4,500 elo or something like that, which is crazy for NA. That's like so far ahead of the pack, which is impressive. Either way, yeah. I mean, like you said, like the motivation. I guess to his credit, like shout out to him for still showing up and playing out this matchup, even if he's like left the team. It's cool to see that they're not just like splitting ways when they're already into this event. We'll take a look at the vetoes here though, and talk about like motivation for this Timberman roster. They're gonna want their revenge versus a very competitive matchup versus Boss in that closed qualifier. Anubis out of the gates. This is a map that I've seen Boss just dominate on so consistently. Talk about a roster that knows how to get active, knows how to work a CT side, and is now very understanding of how they want to work with Fruit Cup as well. Something that like Cryptic has talked to me about is kind of getting this map more slotted in as rosters have changed, but still keeping the fundamental cores of how he likes to play this map and how aggressive you can be on that CT side. It feels like he's highlighted that Fruit Cup does feel like he joins the squad and can immediately elevate this team on this map.
Yeah, I mean, they moved away from picking into nuke last time, which I believe was an attempt at a punish pick a little bit because they're not the greatest nuke team at all, 1-7 over the last 3 months. But, it almost worked out for them. It was a very close map, 13-11 in favor of Elevate there. But now, as mentioned, they move into Anubis and they're going to try to see if that one works for them. I agree with you, Cole. I think they're a very effective Anubis team. And then we get Mirage. So an entirely different pool of maps from that previous BO3, at least for the picks that are coming through. Timbermen are a good Mirage team. Like, I think this makes sense given the fact as well that they're coming in with Intra playing and Dia, who's obviously not really part of the squad anymore, but it's a good map for them overall. And if you look at the stats, it kind of supports that with the, I mean, they didn't play it that much over the last 3 months, but 3-2, and they're very serviceable there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the ancient band come out of the gates for boss as well. That's a like different reroute here, and then Timmerman locking in a nuke band,
Wow.
playing it on Vertigo, which I feel like this is a veto so far, kind of full of surprises all over the place. Like maybe they just felt like boss were so competitive last time around, but boss won dust too, and that's their second ban. This is a veto that just completely shocks me, and maybe just goes to show like I feel like boss are doing so much work in their map pool, kind of preparing for the rest of this year, that they're looking to try and test out what they can get away with, what maps they can play more effectively, trying to get that like advanced down the line, because it's going to matter for the rest of this year how good your map pool is, how deep your map pool goes when you're taking on tougher competition as time goes on. So maybe that's what they're doing here.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, look, I have a correction there to the Mirage score, not score line, but record for the Timbermen, including their time with Elevate. It's actually sitting at 12-6. So yeah, it's a very strong map on the Timbermen side. And then yeah, I agree with you. Like, super surprising to see how different the veto is. Not a single map from that previous BO3 is coming through. So I agree with you. I think Timbermen are like, okay, well, let's try to make sure that things are a little bit different. Banning nuke as well, not allowing that to come through, and even boss banning dust too. Like, that's the map that got them through into the RMR, and they just decide that they don't want to play it again. And I think it maybe that trope of the fact that if you play the same maps against a team you've already defeated previously, that it might go the other way and they adjust.
Yeah.
And so maybe boss are taking that to heart.
Yeah, I mean that could be the case here. But like Mirage feels like such a slam dunk, and then you start off on Ancient Band first. Like for me, that's just like a complete surprise in a different direction that Boss are showing. Like okay, we're gonna start to advance the rest of our pool, I guess, trying to test it out versus a roster such as Timberman right now. They are a little bit in flux. I don't think they're gonna be at full force assembly, but like peeping, I highly rated on this roster as just another huge piece, a very smart piece of the puzzle. That Elevate or previously Elevate, now Timmerman, no longer have anymore, and they're definitely going to be feeling the weight of that loss. I feel like in this match, bringing Intra, who's a player that they're comfortable with, they're familiar with this guy. It's not like they're going to have to completely revamp or switch things up. They know how to play with Intra, but it's a huge like step down in the firepower, right?
I agree. It's not nearly as close to what you would get from peeping, but Intra has been serviceable. Like, I mean, there have been times in the past where I've doubted him and said, okay, maybe Intra
Yeah.
coming in won't be able to do it. Yeah. I mean, he's able to perform and he's come out with victories for this squad. So I don't
Mhm.
know if that'll necessarily be a limiting factor exactly for the reason you're saying, because he's played with them so very much as a sub and even as a mainstay to the roster in the
Yeah.
past, that this should be fine. I believe they had a falling out with him way back when, right? He used to be on the main
So
roster, and they had this whole issue live on the server, right?
you highlighted the like how long the trio of Dare, Snav,
Yeah,
and um who is it? The last Shane, the
yeah,
last
Shane.
guy. The only time I think this roster is like separated was this like stint of Snav on the badass roster. And I think there was like a short stint where there's a
Maybe,
little
yeah.
missing overlap between like actually no, I think they've been all on this roster together
I
even
think
as
so
well.
too.
But
I
yeah, I mean, it's just interesting that this trio, they just never move. They've been so consistently together. And yeah, I mean, it's just wild to see such a long-standing like NA trio, because they were around when I first started casting. Like
Yeah.
that's insane.
No, it's wild, honestly, how long they have been together. I agree, man. It's something else. Like I was saying though, I think Intra was that one player who used to also be considered as part of that core, but
Yeah.
then things fell off off the rails a little bit live on the server. So, yeah,
Was that the team kill that happened? Was
yeah,
that
yep,
yeah.
yep. That was Intra. That
That's a
was
classic moment
unfortunate.
right there.
It
Yeah.
was, but it doesn't surprise me given the
Yeah.
history of these guys. But yeah, they're not afraid to show their
Show some emotion,
rougher
dude.
sides on
Yeah,
the
so
server.
talking about that, like again,
Yeah.
we were just in this last time that these two teams played up against each other, like we had highlighted. There's like 100% going to be a grudge match. I talked to Cryptic again after the qualification to the RMR during the closed qualifiers, and he was saying to me that the one rule that Boss has is that they always will leave Timmerman muted in the server. No matter what the case is, they will never unmute them. The communication will be between them and the admins, but not the other team. So when I was watching them play up against Timmerman, obviously there was this big tech pause. There was like a complication in a not live call, and you know, there was disagreements. And I thought for a second there that we were gonna see like Boss kind of get frustrated, get rattled by Timmerman's jabs, and you know, if you're a competitor, you're gonna throw a couple jabs out there. You take
Yeah.
the risk of getting humbled, and they did in this case. But it's part of like a little advantage that you can maybe lean in on it. I mean, obviously you don't want to say anything too severe, but they were given like little jabs saying we're gonna beat you anyways, things like that. And yeah, I asked Cryptic about it, and Boss was like, "Yeah, we never unmuted them. We left them muted the whole time throughout the discussions. We never unmuted them."
Man, that's wild, honestly. Everything that happened in that whole series, and I think Boss keeping their composure is even better for them long term. Like to go through that is impressive. So we'll see if it pays off in this rematch, guys. We gotta wait a little bit longer. Players are still filtering into the server, so we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 1 between Timmerman and Boss. All right, we're back here. Everyone's in the server. We should be underway in just a little bit, guys. On map number 1, it will be Anubis. We talked already about the fact that Boss are strong on this map. It's one that they've really built themselves around. And I think that the Timbermen obviously want some revenge from what happened in the RMR. They will have it with a slightly different roster with Intra playing in place of Peeping, because Peeping joined up with the party astronauts, as you guys just saw in that previous series. But, we'll see if they can still do it. Intra is no stranger to this roster. He's absolutely played with them many times before, and I don't necessarily think that'll be any type of hindrance for them. It's just a matter of, how good our Boss going to be, because I think they were that good up against Timbermen last time.
Yeah, I mean they just elevated their game to such a high
Yeah.
level when it mattered the most, when the pressure was on. And that was a really good sign there. Again, like leaning on some of the fundamentals, they knew what was around the corner. That matchup, obviously, there wasn't any question. Like if they won it, they locked in the qualification spot, and it was a big deal for them. And obviously, since then, you want to continue to just build upon that. You want to build up some steam. You want to use that up against this rematch. But if you're Timberman, man, you're coming through as hungry as ever to prove yourself. Try and redeem yourself in this matchup, and that could play to their favor here, especially with kind of a difference in like the veto here.
Yeah, no question. I think it's gonna be like you said. I think that we're gonna see the guys here. Cameras are on for Boss, but I think it's Boss
Stretch.
trying to expand their map pool for sure. Yeah, nice stretches coming through here. Slight, just relaxing himself before the match gets started here.
Cryptic told me that whenever he's got nerves, whenever he feels like a little
hmm
bit of pressure, he goes and bench presses.
Really, that's an
Yeah,
interesting strategy.
yeah. Which, like you said, you can't do anything related to like your arm muscle groups, but like chest is a perfect muscle to release, and it's like a partially like a strategy that was built from like different sports psychologists and stuff like that. So
It's not a bad
really,
idea.
really cool idea. He said that he did like over like 60 reps during the entire best of 3. In between maps, he would go and hit the bench, do a couple sets, and I think that's like a funny little way to relieve the nerves.
No, yeah, and I mean also really frustration, right? Like to just get all that frustration out
Yeah,
and just like be able to put that energy somewhere else, and then you're relaxed, you're ready to go into the match again. To calm yourself down. I really like that. That's a fantastic approach to take. And you're seeing here we've got a couple of Timbermen on cam. Snav and Shane are good to go. Hopefully, we'll have the rest of the guys joining up in just a little bit, but either way, these Timberman guys, they have been together for quite some time, like we were talking about, and they don't like going on camera sometimes, to be honest. Like, it's hard to get them there.
yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, I don't know what the deal is, but
Yeah.
I like some people use their phone nowadays as well. That's what I've seen pretty common. You can lock in the phone. Um, Feels like Shane's just in a void.
Yeah. It's like,
Oh, a light up in the background.
I think
He's
was this the case last
yeah,
time
yeah, you
too?
got the
Oh my
snowboard there.
goodness. Yeah, I remember the snowboard. That's why I was saying. He just likes playing in the dark. Look, I mean, if that's what he enjoys, it's fine. I talked about this before. Even when I was a kid, actually, I used to just keep all the lights off and I would play Counter Strike in the dark, and that's
Hmm.
how it was, right? Just sometimes I felt more comfortable doing that, and it relaxed me more. So I can totally understand players wanting to do that and having a certain mood, in terms of lighting. It's bad for your eyes, though. I don't recommend it, but yeah,
Yeah, you gotta get those gamer goggles at some
yeah.
point if you're gonna be locking in the dark rooms. I feel like in general, like I guess when I'm gaming it doesn't really matter. I've never actually concerned myself too much with lights on or off. My biggest like thing is when I am like talking with other people or like in a group setting and like there's dim lighting, I'm just not a big fan of that in general. It's something weird. We do have the Sonic Fast started round, and we'll see who's going to be locking in some pistol success. Of course, whoever gets at the end of this event the most pistol kills gets an extra 500, which is a pretty cool prize. Again, might encourage some more fighting, less saving on pistol rounds, which could be interesting. Got to go for the gold.
I think it'll get really interesting tomorrow, right? Once the,
Yeah.
who's going to actually make it to the finals.
Who's in the running?
In the finals, too, they'll be like, who's got the most, guys? Like, who's going to get this prize? It'll be interesting, honestly. Anyway, let's get started here with this pistol round. And so far, no real action, but Timbermen are just almost moving in towards CT, and it's worked out very well. Fruit Cup, their first victim, and they've got potentially the site open to them. No, Cryptic managed to get a quick shot off before he retreats back in towards E-Box, and he's got support from Freshie towards outside of B. This could get really dicey for Timbermen on the retake.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, this retake, to make space for yourself, but Snap so low going to make it a little easier. A lot of emphasis put on E-Box, where Cryptic is just playing so far back. Maybe going to be looking to be a late activator right now as Darty will lead the charge on the recovery. A flashbang perfectly placed to flank that formulates. Cryptic is knocked out of the round, but there's a kit in the hands of Darty trying to find the quick kills. It's not quite planted in the most comfortable position, but with a kill like that from Shane, Darty sticking the bomb, and Shane will come through just in time to lock in the clutch, and Timbermen off to the races here in the pistol.
That was a wicked shot from Shane on the first, right? The player's fading around the corner in midair, and he managed to look right there. Oh, what a shot. I mean, and then the last one's trying to defuse. There's really no choice. You got to try forward. And, I mean, ducking up and down, can't dodge the bullets. Just was too much time left in that defusal. And the Timbermen win the pistol round, so they are up 1-0 thanks to a great performance from Shane. Now, Boss, forcing up. They got the 2 MP9s, 2 Deagles, and the Scout. I mean, let's not forget, though, how close that was, Boss. I mean, look like they've got renewed confidence here after that win up against the Timbermen to make the RMR, which is good to see. It was lacking for a while on their side.
In the past, they've had some pretty miserable showings at the PrizePicks NA Revival Cups, right? I mean, missed out on a couple of, like, just showing up on the server, really, I feel like was the biggest issue. And
yeah.
Had some tough draws, but good to see that they're building back from that form. Becoming a little bit more efficient. This mid take, though, looking way too strong. It's Deagles and 5.7s that they try and challenge, and a whole just stack of a unit. Timbermen simplifying the game plan here, sticking as a unit, doing the 4-to-1 setup, and just locking in a couple of quick trades, really.
Yeah, this one should be pretty much over, I would imagine, unless Slate hits some crazy shots with the Scout. 43 seconds left. Timbermen full control of B, and I mean, also there's the argument for Boss to save the guns because this was a force gun, so keeping that Deagle in the Scout in the next round is probably more valuable than trying to go for her heroic retake in this situation. And we'll see. We'll see what Boss decides. It feels like with Fruit Cup slowing up a little bit here that it will be, in fact, them trying to save the guns over. And there are some things for them to pick up here. Fruit Cup's going to grab a Galil. Slight gets a Deagle. So some upgrades as they retreat back in towards the A site. And will indeed be saving for the next round, which is the right decision. Talking about those previous two NA Revival Series performances by Boss, they faced off against NRG twice. That was honestly really difficult. NRG just destroyed them on 3 maps. There was the one close map on Vertigo where they only lost 10-13. That was pretty back and forth. And I think when we were watching that, Cole, we were like, okay, maybe there's something going to happen here with Boss. And then they got stumped 13-1. So, like, let's hope for their sake that they have a much better start to this NA Revival series. And recent performances would indicate the answer to that will be yes, they will.
Absolutely. Yeah, no question. It's interesting. You know, obviously not like a massive amount of events going on in NA right now, but, you know, in the last 3 weeks, only played 4 best of ones.
Yeah.
As well. So, right, you've been kind of out of, like, official practice and best of 3s as well. After such an intense period, you know, like, maximum intensity setting yourself up for RMRs, like, preparing for that season. You imagine practices at an all-time high, preparing yourself for these, you know, close qualifiers, and then afterwards you've done it, you've accomplished the mission, but you gotta wait still another 2 months before those RMRs kick off, and you kind of have a drought of, like, series. There's not a lot going on, so using this opportunity to try and get more officials, get more reps, especially up against some tough competition around the corner, it's perfect for Boss if they can try and get past this, show up in this series.
Cryptic rattling off a few shots, but nothing really connecting. Intra only gets one. Slight manages to come around the corner, get the shot. Can he find another one? Maybe. I mean, he's still standing, and Freshie managed to get the pistol frag onto Dia. They come around. Dare's gone. 3v2. Uh-oh, indeed, for the Timbermen. Shane and Snav still standing, trying to defend this bomb as Slight moves in with the rest of his squad. Shane peeks around, great peek, and he gets a clean frag. We'll probably get the second there. It is, and even the third. Shane standing on his head for another 3K, his second already of the map.
As sharp as can be right there. A lot of maybe overextension you could see almost. There was, looked to be an AK save call there going through from Boss before they had to get Freshie involved, and he starts to realize, wait, this is a winnable round.
Yeah.
And it did lead to maybe a little late retake there, but Shane, you know, certainly an anchor that you can rely on, even when he has to make the right decisions on a T-side post plant. He's not going to overextend. He's not going to, you know, get greedy. And he's rewarded with that. Some late kills coming through.
Guys, just an update here on the other match that was happening there. Fluffy Aimers against Legacy. Fluffy Aimers have 2-0'd Legacy. I did not expect that at all, especially given the way Legacy have been playing lately. The first map was insane, 19-17, double overtime win for the Fluffy Aimers. Then on Mirage, they take it 13-10. So the Fluffy Aimers have come to play, and they move on to the next round of the NA Revival Series.
I mean, Slump continuing to be a hot prospect in the NAC.
Yeah.
That's a victory, you know, without 60 as well. But that is a devastating shot. Shane ready with it. I think he was targeting the player throwing utility, but walks into extra coverage afterwards. But yeah, I mean, the Fluffy Aimers were showing what they could do. It was actually a matchup that determined whether Legacy made it to the RMR or not, was versus Fluffy Aimers. And they
that was
lost it
too, wasn't it?
previously. Yeah. But this time, they get a little revenge for that matchup. And again, that's, you know, we usually highlight 60 as like such a clear win condition for that Fluffy Aimers roster. But I think Brett has grown as a caller, so pretty cool result for them. Into this one, though. We got Snav getting vocal as they're ready to contact into Darty on this A side. He's left a bit alone. Not a lot of extra coverage coming through from Cryptic, but again, so strong on this A side. He's such an absolute beast when it comes down to landing these multi-kills. He's got to get past Dare, though, in this awkward angle. With so much damage done, Dare's starting to get some extra assistance. And dancing up and down every which way. Finally gets his Molotov off. It's a good bounce on that Molly, but he just gets blasted. 1 HP for Dare. He barely survives, but he's still kicking. And it's going to set up a 2v3 post plant now.
Does Fresh even throw the nade? I don't think he's going to. Probably see the barrel of his AK. I think Shane's exposed here. Probably going to lose that battle to Freshie, I would say.
There it is.
Oh, no! He hits the shot! Freshie saw him first, but Shane, more precise. Fruit Cup is going to have to do it in a 1v3. He gets the first onto Shane.
Ugh.
I don't know. Yeah, he wants to fall off. He has the kit, but, I mean, time is so low that he decides that he needs to go for the save. So despite the fact that Boss have been involved in every single round, it hasn't been like the tournament have been rolling over them, they don't have a round to speak of just yet.
I gotta wonder, you know, how much the communication was. Is like you said, there was an HE in play, but even Fruit Cup will fall at the end of the round. Dia with the quickness. All over the map, the quickness here. Being held. And a frustrating finish. This Dare provides so much coverage, man. Up against this Darty who waits so patiently in the back site. So many, like, opportunities landing, but Timberman just capitalizing on everything instead. And it's going to be a half by no rifles, no extra credit here. Move up this here, they throw that utility on it like they wanted to, but don't want to rush a smoke up against pistols and MP9s.
No, yeah. Certainly not. And you see Timberman very wary of coming on through. This smoke will soon fade. There it goes. Fruit Cup has the flash ready. Freshie around the corner, maybe for a peek here. Looks like they want to do it, but I think he's waiting for us to call for it. There we go. There's the call. Flash thrown. Peek comes through. He managed to slip past the angle of Shane, but I mean, yeah, that's too much. If he would have stayed, he probably would have gotten cleaned out by the Timbermen, so he decides to fall off back towards the B site, and Timbermen fake a retreat towards mid. The hit is indeed coming B, and it's worked. Boss have bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. The B site will be completely vacated. Cryptic, well, does peek back into the site and does a little bit of damage, but he is pretty damaged up himself and will be falling off. I have a feeling with that occurring there, even though this is an eco round, oh, never mind. Slight does get the shot onto intro, so that will coax Boss back in. I was going to say they might back off and keep what they've got, but no.
There's damage on Dare as well, so pressure on this post plan and how strong it can hold up. The crossfire, though, with no utility is going to be hard to get past. That's going to help. Another kill. And jumping in to the fight right there is Cryptic, looking to sacrifice his life for the cause. They need to rely on a flank. That Slight that comes through, but already a little late to activate, and Snav.
No way.
Snav might have just done the finishing blow right there. Op going to be recovered for Slight. He knows there's no time. And Snav with that extra kill in E-Box is going to secure it. 5v5 post plant, if you're talking about like a small victory for Boss, there certainly is a big one. Doing that amount of damage, taking an op away, is so valuable. You can see Slight, he likes it. A little devious,
Yeah.
rubbing his hands together of what he's rewarded with. A free op to pick up for the next round, but not a round converted here. That's Timberman up 5-0.
I mean, that's not an easy play from Snav, right? Like, he's going up against pistol players, yes, but they're grabbing upgrades off the ground. They're getting more threatening by the second, but he's still able to isolate 2 players over in E-Box, and then, well, Slight's not really in position to punish at that point, so great on Snav to hold down the fort for his squad in what ended up being a tougher round than it probably should have been, but good on Boss for making it that way. So here we go. Buy-ups through for Boss now. And, you know, you're right. I mean, it was an expensive one for Timberman, and you see their money is still okay, but a round victory here for Boss could start a bit of a tidal wave in their direction. We'll see. Snav. Coming out, looking for a fight. Mid's being given by Boss to Timberman. Cryptic, probably going to go ahead with the smoke, I would imagine. It would be the aggressive play to make, yeah, but he's falling back for now. This is actually now detrimental for him. If he comes out of the smoke, he's probably going to be dead. There's the flashbang, but he can't get out.
Oh, there's a bit of a window. Snav slipped by the gap, but now this should be called over. Cryptic should be made aware, and they're, again, just sticking to this 4-1 setup.
It's really
This is such a classic for Timbermen. They're so willing to stack up this 4-man squad and have one lurk on the extremity, 40 seconds left, and they're just poking and prodding, waiting, praying for an overextension. As Cryptic dismisses the first, but the trade is quick as can be. Starts to put a little concern in the back of the minds, and oh,
what?
A little late to react to that call, maybe. And it cost him his life severe. Freshie looking to hold down the line now, and will get charged by this T side, but a safe passage for a bomb plant. What a weird route to be, but we're seeing it pretty consistent from Timberman.
That was a ripper of a shot from Shane, though. What on earth? He's 12-2. Shane is ridiculous right now. He did this last time, too. I think in the last Revival series that we watched him. He just came out with a insane map 1 performance. There's Dia connecting Intra as well. Boss are gonna have only Freshie left, but not for long. Shane gets the last, another multi-kill round for him, 13-2, and the Timbermen are up 6-0. I really actually appreciate the way they're playing here on Anubis. You already talked about it, you know, that 4-man setup, even 5-man setup sometimes, just moving as a complete unit. This time they had the lurk, and it didn't actually need to come through. Dare flew around that corner and died towards CT, so he didn't get anything. It was that 4-man setup where they were constantly getting trades and continually making life difficult for Boss, and now Boss are forced to call a timeout because, as we've talked about already, it's not like they're out of these rounds. It's just that the Timbermen are out fragging them. That's all they're doing, and getting the trades, of course.
Yeah, I mean, trades so efficient for this Timberman squad, and that's why, you know, you always see this 4-1 setup. Like, it's a trademark of these T sides. If you're Boss, you know what you're going up against. There's no question about it. They know exactly what Timbermen are doing in so many of these rounds. I mean, again, they've been able to highlight this in the past, like preparing for these matchups. There's no secret, like Timberman, this is a classic setup of theirs. Even when they're bringing in these new pieces, this was why it's so easy for this roster to plug and play with new pieces, because they don't have like a crazy playbook. Sometimes on this T side, it's just, you know, someone has to go in first, maybe sacrifice their life for a quick trade and open up that map control so effectively off the back of it. And this time, we're seeing the default split up a little bit more, but they've already got a man advantage, which is a huge relief. Cryptic picks up that op though and rips it right back in return. So where did you get that kill at? Go towards the A side?
I think it was mid.
Oh no, I guess yeah, you ran back towards A afterwards. This is some pressure put on Shane, and he is certainly surprised by that timing.
Okay. So something materializing here for Boss, potentially. The problem is the B site is a little vacant. Fruit Cup could swing around and surprise them, and he does. Snap! Ooh, can he finish it? He gets one onto Dare, in fact, who was trying to capitalize on that, and still even survives the nade. This is a great round for Boss. It would be a shame if it slipped away from them, which is still very much a possibility, with Dia on that op, and Snav, who was critical in a similar situation a few rounds ago. Dia, oh, misses the shot. This could be it for Boss. Finally a round on the board, potentially. Snav has fallen back all the way to CT. I think he's just going to save the AK. He's giving this up.
And not really planned it for him anyways in that sort of position. Was 100% reliant on having a little extra impact from Dia, but they double swing that perfectly. What happens at the start of this round? Slight quickly falls straight through the smoke, but Fruit Cup having so much impact in this matchup with the MP9 doing damage onto Snav as well, just forcing him to save afterwards. And Boss get around earlier than they anticipate. They get the double op CT side off the back of it as well. Not bad. And an opportunity to start lifting off here for the CT side for the defense with a lot of tools at their disposal. And this is where we see Timberman go back to simplify. Straight towards B side, missed up shot for Fresh. He's going to create problems. He misses a second. He is toast. He is out of this round. Eventually will find a kill, but there's that B side cracked open. There is no smokes besides E-Box thrown at the start of the round there, and they just fire their way through that round.
That's a good Molotov. It denies the plant, in
great.
fact. Yeah. Shane down to 73, so he has to reset here, and a fight is forced. Unfortunately for Boss, they lose it, and the second one as well. Cryptic now in a 1v3. The op in his hands. This is a save for sure. He's not used to opping at all. He just wants to carry that forward for Slight to carry into the next round. That is unfortunate for Boss, honestly, Cole, because they did a good job on the defense. They kept Timberman at bay, but then Timberman found that gap in towards the B site. 2 critical frags, in fact. And oh, jeez, Cryptic walks out and Snap is waiting there to grab the op right from his cold, dead fingers.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Fresh, he called the number right there. He has the preparation ready to go with the AWP. You know, it's exactly what he hoped for. Just dry peeks into B main. It's just when you miss that shot, temple position becomes infinitely more difficult. They scaled so quickly. But yeah, that's what's impressive here. It's that there wasn't even flashbangs. There wasn't a lot of utility being tossed in. It was just, you know, dry run in with HEs. And that the start of the round, the E-Box smoke that was tossed in. And that's pretty much it. That's all it takes for them to crack on through.
This has got to be a little discouraging for Boss. I know we went to like an entirely different map pool to where we saw that result previously, right? When they were playing in the close qualifier for the RMR, but even so, Anubis has been a good map for them. So it's just shocking that they're down 7-1 right now against the Timbermen. I mean, yes, this map is very T heavy, so that might be something that we have to consider moving forward. But only one round CD side is not going to cut it. I mean, they're going to have to find something here moving into the tail end of this first half. And there is some utility being tossed there again by Timbermen. Opening frag for Slight will certainly help as Snav is dropped to dirt. And the Timbermen still haven't really gained that much map control, so they're kind of scrambling on the back lines of T-Spawn right now.
opportunity to route around here. Find a little more comfort in their default with the man advantage that has been pretty rare. Some early activity out of Slight that they definitely need to call upon here. Get the Opera activated and try and collect on some of these opening duels. Provide some relief. We'll see. They're not just pausing in this man advantage. They're going to continue to regression. The timing that they've just hit is unbelievable. Intra turns the corner just as they do. And the flank is going to be incredibly quick. It sets up these players on A main. Slight's ready with the AWP. Cutting off the early inbound. Slight with another. Diving into the fray. Gets involved in the bottom stage of this. But the flank comes through and might not even be necessary. And eventually will finally finish it off. Just one kill to close. But Boss get themselves a second round. You don't need much for a CT side either. That's key.
Yeah.
Just a couple rounds here and there, and you can start to talk about some comfort being built up. But Slight with an op heating up is exactly what the Boss need here.
Absolutely. And I mean, I highlighted Slight as like a key piece to this Boss roster for them finding success, and I thought he was fantastic on the tail end of his time with Wildcard and was finding that consistency, but it must have hurt a little bit for him to get cut after seemingly finding his form and, you know, making it to Pro League. But, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and you saw it at the beginning of his time on Boss. He still was having those inconsistent moments, but now, you know, that qualification of the RMR right there, 4 frags, almost the ace. If he didn't die, I was almost convinced he was going to get it. But, yeah, we'll see if that continues to come through. And Freshie farming 4 here on the anti-eco, getting into the perfect spot with that aggression. Intra does manage to get the M4, but that probably won't matter too much as Boss continue to push forward, and Cryptic holds the line to get the last. Boss on the 3, and like you said, it doesn't take much to get a good CT side going here on Anubis. I would even argue that 3 is already far better than I expected them to get given the way this one started, but 4 is ideal, 5 is fantastic.
No question. I mean, with a couple of well-placed timeouts to boot,
Yeah,
I think is key. You know, kind of steadying themselves in that sort of situation. Not really finding themselves too frustrated with this slow start. Especially once you finally get around and then you lose the next in such a fashion like what they did, which is just getting like executed on early. You know, no real depth in the stress, just, you know, firepower to entry on in, which is what they faced. That's a brilliant HE from Darty. His A side of Anubis is certainly, you know, something to behold. Very impressive. It feels like the role that was meant for him as a very active like player. You can get aggressive, you can anchor very forward. He likes to take these duels, but liking to throw some good flashbangs. It's Darty left within a molly, has to smoke himself off. Cryptic left fully flashed, and quick access gained for Timberman, complicating the way that they get back into this map. And this smoke is so incredibly awkward. HE to blow it open, leave Dare out high and dry. How much more can they gather here? As eventually they will call away. AWP picked up, and a save gonna be called here.
You gotta get that off the heck out of Dodge and save it. Some of these saves have been leaving a lot to be desired, I would say, from Boss. A little too aggressive and lackadaisical in their movement, but right here looks like they want to settle themselves down in towards CT spawn, and they will be absolutely fine to save the op and the AK. But Timbermen are going to get an 8th on the board heading into the final round of this first half of action. And something that Dia offers this Timbermen roster that I think they're going to miss a little bit, as eventually he's obviously not going to be playing for them anymore, is the utility that he brings to the forefront on the squad. He's very strong in that regard and is able to flash out his teammates quite effectively. Right there, that flashbang was the reason why they got such a clean entry. Cryptic couldn't see a single thing, and it was a free frag, I think, for Dare, who was coming around the corner. Anyway, here we go. Boss trying to get a 4th, but Timbermen want to put a stranglehold on this T side with a 9th.
Yeah, I mean, 3 is okay, but it's not going to be comfortable. It's going to require, you know, consistent success on a T side to dig deep, test your depth on T side of Anubis. So we'll see if they can avoid that. Get 4 as a little extra to work off of. Interesting setup that they got going on right now. Cryptic just kind of tucked in towards the back of position and ready to execute on it. And that Molotov's going to split up this execute. And they're going to bait for him here. Freshy, how much can he find before he falls? Well, he might just defend this whole dang thing as he shuts down the execute by himself. They still have Cryptic waiting in the back lines. He might never need to be activated. He will come through for the finishing blow. Finally to close off and seal the deal. But Freshy, he had himself a fantastic half overall. Ends it with 16 kills in total. And gives them a 4th round.
Wow. Yeah, that's really excellent for Boss in the tail end, managing to get those 3 additional rounds and make it 8-4. You look at their T round win percentage at 65.4%. So this is obviously very typical of most teams on Anubis. Boss are no exception. So it should be interesting to see how this one pans out. I definitely don't count Boss out of this one just yet. Timeout called here. This might be technical in nature.
Could be. Seems like it. See, again, you know what this Boss squad are made of on the T side. I kind of have highlighted Bosses in the past, like a very much so like big moment team. Like they can set themselves up really well for, you know, playoffs of ECL. They prepare a lot for these qualifiers and stuff like that. And for the RMRs, I talked to Cryptic and he was like, yeah, we did 6 hours of prep before the game just to prepare ourselves for like every matchup. With this map pool that we're seeing right now, like I just don't know if you'd really like prepare yourself for these sort of maps very easily for like what we're seeing right now out of this veto. So it's interesting to see it play up, and I think it definitely takes a hit on like what Cryptic likes to do as a leader, which is, you know, set things up for success. Stretches out again.
Doing like he's just
come on, let's see it.
Hanging out.
What?
I
Does
guess
he have,
he just
I think he
stretched-
has.
Yeah.
He has something in his hands. It might be like the muscle gun or whatever it's called. I saw that Fruit Cup had it, or someone on
You
Boss
might
had
be
one.
right. Something funny going on there for sure. I'll tell you that. We don't know what it is, but
He's on the ice, Fruit Cup, man.
yeah.
He's out there digging at his eyes. Maybe I think it was Darty that had the muscle gun in the pregame. Both camps, you know, just chilling. Is that a clothespin for Cryptic? Is that what he's fidgeting with right there? Do you like to have anything that you fidget with while you cast?
I do. Actually, I'm doing it right now. So
What do you got?
I used to have like a paper clip that I would play with.
Oh
or
yeah,
like
it is a muscle gun.
or a pen. Well, you're right. Yeah. But now I have my you know, the wireless charger for iPhones, like I forgot what it's called, but like just the magnetic
The one that you put your phone on top of and it charges.
Yeah, the MagSafe charger, basically, like
Yeah.
that attaches to your phone and the magnet. Like
Yeah.
I like to play with the magnet and just like reattach my phone repeatedly.
That
kind of
sounds
thing.
amazing.
Yeah, it's just
That actually
it's very
sounds
satisfying.
that sounds incredible.
Just that like the what's it called when the magnet attracts?
Yeah.
It's just the clink that I get is just
Oh,
fantastic.
it's satisfying.
Yeah.
That does it.
Yeah.
I'm right now. Sometimes I find myself messing with like bottle caps and stuff like that, but I got to get like an actual thing. I used to have rings on my finger, but I mess with those so often when I cast. I think I lost them at Mike's place.
Oh no!
They fell off.
Well,
I had to tattoo my wedding band because of that.
what?
Yeah, I just messed with my ring so much I didn't want to wear one, so I got one tattooed.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
We got the Sonic Fast Starters round.
Yeah, enough
Ready
about
to
us,
go.
guys. Let's get back
We
to the
got-
action.
We got Cryptic starting it off well. Looking to get that extra 5 hundo. Another pistol kill for him. Was Timmerman that closed out that last pistol round, though, and they want to get both in this matchup here. And this map and intro is making more of a convincing case for it. Oh my god. Solo on this B site defense right now, doing it all. on his shoulders, man. This new, I mean, this reintroduction to this Timmerman roster looking fantastic, and he will cap it off with a 4K. My God, it's a fantastic hold.
That was so smooth too. Like his aim and everything was fantastic. So calm, cool, and collected. That was a nice shot from Cryptic to open it around. Look at this. Just very
First 2
clean,
bullets.
very patient. That's not easy to do. He's making it look that way though. And all 4 frags headshots. Yeah, and he, like you said, the first 2 shots are kills on his side. Wow. Intra the sub. Like we were talking about before, he knows how to play with this team. He's pretty serviceable himself, so he's showing it there. Nice little 4K on the pistol. Shane, the MP9 playing up close and personal here towards B main. Boss trying to overload here with the Tech 9s, and it's working! Freshie and Darty get a couple. That's the B site opened up. A bomb plant will come through. An MP9 available. A couple of them on the site that Boss are going to try and grab, but looks like Slate and Darty just want to stick with the Tech 9s. And here comes the attempted retake from the Timmerman. This would be a huge coup for Boss to be able to win this force buy.
Oh, and this position from Slight is so massive. Freshie takes that first point of contact. Now it's a crossfire. Slight needs to get activated here. He finally shows face, but it's not a kill confirmed. You can see head-to-head and hands moment as he knew what he had to do in that sort of position, but the smoke lasts 1 second too long. He can't coordinate with his teammate in time. And it's a defuse for Dia. A round recovered for Timmerman with the quickness. And there's some frustration for Boss as they just about had it.
That's got to be disappointing for them. I mean, in that situation, Intra again, though. I mean, he gets 2 at a critical juncture and helps make that last one just a touch easier. I thought that Slight should have probably had the frag onto Intra and gotten a trade sooner. He doesn't end up getting anything, so that's a bit tough. His aim just a little bit off. As now the Timmerman up to double digits. That was a force buy that yielded a bomb plant and 3 frags, though, so it fully justifies this repeated force. I'm not sure you can even call it that, though, because the buyup's actually pretty decent for Galil's along with the Deagle. And they're going right in towards that A site. I think Boss can still cook here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they can win this, especially. The issue is with the setup right now. Intra is now on this A side, and this guy has turned up in the CT side. Ready to play, looking crispy, looking smooth. No heaven smoke. It'll come in late, but these flashes are so well strung together. And the scaling of the space is so incredible. Darty able to claim a quick kill, but Intra gets his gun out in time and catches Cryptic chasing. Hunting down these frags for positions that they just can't afford to lose right now. And Dia still providing spam damage, making sure that there's no one playing around that smoke, no one getting sneaky. There's 2 low HP bars that you can rely on for Boss. As they're looking to hunt these kills down, they are so effective swinging in unison, 2 on each side. Darty gonna surely get run down here. And Timmerman will just wait patiently for that retake. They are so composed in these sort of situations. My only complaint is the person with the kit ended up diffusing.
I mean,
it's all good.
Like,
It's all
literally,
okay.
both of the other players had kits, and there was no reason for, I think it was Shane to be the one to jump on that. But anyway, that happened. They still got it with very little time left, and they get their 11th. Here, it's just, I guess, a little bit disappointing for Boss. Cryptic in particular, coming around that corner, he whiffed the spray on the Galil, and it happens sometimes. The Galil's a little bit more difficult to tame because you don't get that one-shot headshot like the AK. It's just, that was tough. He should have had that frag, and because he doesn't get it, it puts Boss in a much tougher position. And then Timmerman are just swinging. They're just swinging and winning the fights. 11-4 in their favor. Boss, once more, get that bomb plant so the buyup could be very serviceable indeed. 3 AKs in the Galil, but they need to start putting the rounds on the board because time is quickly running out. Dare and Shane in the canals, Shane at the back of it, and actually Dare's already going in towards that B site. And to go into, Dare is going back to get into defensive position on the B side.
Oh,
Shane gets
God.
a couple here on the players trying to cross towards the bridge. And that is a third for him. 20-7 for Shane. How on earth has he had this good of a performance? It is really nutty. Fruit Cup and Darty, the last 2 standing. It doesn't feel like Boss are going to give us anything on T side.
Oh, he's playing out of his mind. They're running out of room.
Oh, no.
That doesn't help the matters much. Fruit Cup down just as low as Shane is, and a swing in for Shane will secure it. 21 kills now. A beautiful map of Counter-Strike being played out from this guy. Just collecting. This is like the last possible position you want to re-peek into.
Yeah.
When he just can post up like a turret like that, he's going to feast on those kills. There's just no question about it.
You don't even want to fight that a second time, I would argue, because like it's just such a hard angle to go into, and you're always at a disadvantage when you're looking at that through that bridge window. Yeah, I don't even know why they fought it. Anyway, Boss. They need 8 in a row just to push overtime. Timbermen, they've got 12. The loss bonus is helping them get the guns up at the very least, but here comes that nade pop and the shot by Dia. Great setup for himself to kick off the round. And another one almost makes it a 5v3, but he likes Slight. Certainly wants that shot back. We'll see if it's a difference maker. The fact that Slight still survives here, but I feel like Timbermen are certainly setting themselves up in great fashion every single round.
Yeah, really cool setup once again. You know, this time it's Dia that gets a little love, some resources, and we're a minute deep, and obviously we have a very low HP Slight. We have a little map control to lean on, but not a lot. It's putting pressure on Cryptic to be able to crack open towards middle, but there's a kill back from Fruit Cup, who catches some E-Box re-aggression.
Oh, Cryptic.
An extension in Cryptic. He is able to be efficient towards middle, but oh my god!
What?
Dia just knocked him out straight through the wall. That's one way to trade it out. Timmerman, as soon as you think there's something given, Dia will rip it away from you. Goes for the blind up shot. Needs to go for the re-peek. He's putting that pressure on himself. He whips out the sidearm and will rein in his aggression, hoping that his rifle can do enough.
Oh,
Shane turns the corner. His util out, though. Expecting maybe some coverage to come through. But this is a crazy lifeline to try and win right now. And Fruit Cup is going to secure it around. They started off so miserable, and out of the gates is finally how Boss do it.
I mean, look, how important was that second frag, right? If Slight's dead in that situation, then Boss would have a much more difficult time coming back into it. Dia misses another shot here as they're trying to get in towards that A site, which really did cost them. And Shane running out with util in his hands with no information as to who's around that corner was a little bit lackadaisical, let's say. A little overconfident with how well he's been playing, perhaps. Anyway, look, Boss get a 5th, and they've got a lifeline.
Yeah, it's a lifeline. I mean, it's like the round that I think they were least likely to win, and that's how they convert it. You know, the others have looked so clean. They've had so many advantages. And finally, one where they start off with a, you know, down 195 HP, 185 HP is how they get it done. It's a nice kill from Snav, though. Both players remaining on this B side are available, but not going to matter. A 1-2 punch from Boss comes through. They secure it through eliminations. But diligent with that economy here, you're going to see in this very next round that there's a full buy coming for, you know, Boss. All the tools at Timmerman's disposal. We'll see for how long they can survive on Anubis. Don't know if I fully believe in the comeback yet, but they can start to convince me with a gun round win here.
Yeah, I was going to say they're about to be tested immediately to see if they can keep this one going. 4 M4s and the AWP up for Dia. Yeah, he's going to get a fight immediately. Slight's going to go duel with him head to head. He's crouching into the angle. He wins it. He has a better angle completely than Dia. Dia didn't even see him. That is very, very rough start for the Timbermen. 5v4. Boss. Oh, what a flashbang as well. Slight is delivering here. Intra might get one back. A second as well. No way. Oh, a 5v3 is erased by Intra. The sub coming through and getting his 14th and 15th frags, grabbing the AWP off the ground and sending Boss scurrying away from scurrying away from A all the way to the B site. Oh my goodness.
That is just so infuriating. Intra threading the needle perfectly in this position, and Shane has just got a beautiful reposition the same. Getting himself tucked in towards the back of the site. Dare will be able to knock down a kill. He's down low though, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And Cryptic barely survives the Molotov. He's going to be able to tank it. And the pressure is put on Intra's shoulders. He has held up on this CT side so effectively, but a 1v2. Cryptic playing forward instead of further back. Gets around that corner just in time, and Fruit Cup will clothesline him on the inbound. So not a chance to even start the conversation of a clutch there. And Boss are up to 7. They've gotten past an important gun round. There's that angle you were talking about, though, that Slight just sneaks into, and he was completely off the screen of Dia.
Gotta be careful. But yeah, no, this is, that's ridiculous. I thought Timbermen were going to come back and convert it completely, but Boss do hang on after a 5v3 advantage to take their 7th, and that was an important one. Obviously, you know, the guns were out there for the Timbermen. They had very little money left in the tank, and now they're on a pretty much all-out eco. They got some pistol upgrades, but that's it. Armor for Intra and a flashbang for Dia. This is, for all intents and purposes, an 8th round victory for Bosch, unless everything goes absolutely wrong. Molotov thrown will force Timbermen out of B main, or out of A main. And we go on here to see if Boss can get that 8th.
So they can manufacture a good opportunity, obviously. They're starting to call over a stack on this half-buy, though. But again, it's, you know, pistols that are going to have to hold the line, and Darty going to make the conversation not so much. It's quick kills, though, out of Shane. Can he provide one more? 10 HP, and he's still able to have impact. So much being done. It's Sin Slight tucking away scared up against a Dare Deagle in a 1v1. He's using his sidearm just the same. We might be close in this round out with pistols, but it is open access to a bomb site that can be claimed here. Dare does not realize, and he won't realize in time. So Slight, the world is his oyster in this post plan. He's going to lock those digits in. And now the question is another Shane 3K what's going to put Timberman over the finish line? As Dare has to make the long rotation into this round. He's being heard as well. Up, trained in. It's a tag, frag. He uses that as a quick chance to opportunity to reposition. The Molotov going to be chased in towards his location. It doesn't quite connect, and it doesn't matter as Slight will land the follow-up, and it is all good from Boss, but it was almost complete disaster on the back of the site there. Shane, 3 kills out of his 5-7 out of thin air. Look at this distance on these kills.
That's wild. I mean, look, that 5-7 can be so potent. And Timberman, again, that's an eco where they bring Boss down to their final player. So Boss can't be feeling too great about it. A little bit of a missed Molotov as well from Dare, because if he hits that molly, he forces Slight into a very tough spot. And I think it actually served its purpose, because Slight was expecting it to land next to him, so he pushed forward. It's just that Dare missed the shots at that point. Slight, speaking of which, hits the opening frag onto Dare. Shane, the immediate trade. No util thrown out just yet from either side in towards the A main position. Oh, Dia's going to get that frag on towards Fruit Cup. And I mean, very little util on both sides.
So aggressive from both camps. They're just dry swinging.
Yeah, and Darty's onto the site, so we can call them over and say, guys, no one's here. We've got a free plant. At least I think. He obviously doesn't know for sure if someone's hiding up in heaven, but he'll find out soon that, yeah, it's vacated. Timberman playing for a retake here over on the A site.
So they hold down a man down. Gonna flash this way through the smoke here, trying to push and pull the attention of these T's, but they hold the line and trust in each other. With their backs turned, they just fight as a unit. The duo and Heaven splitting their attention every which way. It's going to force Snav into a save, and my god, you know, Boss only 3 rounds away. And so many different occasions here. It's looking close, but they just know how to close it out. Get it across the line.
And this is how Anubis rolls, honestly. You get on that T side, and all of a sudden you've got rounds piling up in your favor. This was 12-4 in favor of the Timbermen. Now Boss 5 in a row. It got close a couple of times. Here a little cleaner, I would say. Now the Timbermen, I mean, you got the op saved over, so Dia's going to be able to utilize that. But 3 MP9s and the Deagle around it. I don't know. I mean, it's certainly serviceable from the Timbermen. How do they deploy those MP9s? They go on a bit of a mission to hunt? Just going to put them around close corners. Feels like the answer is put them around close corners, especially towards that B site. Dia?
Seeing this util set.
Yeah, Dia's waiting with the op here at mid. If he hits the first shot, that's problematic for Boss, but I feel like he feels like he's overstayed his welcome.
I gotta reposition. Kind of make a gambling call here. Maybe regress into this A side setup. The two MP9s fighting forward. A lot of damage onto Darty. It's nice, but again, off the back of this capitalization here, Freshie will clothesline the rotates. Any sort of support, any sort of coverage being cut out of this round. And Dia and Snav left as a duo towards this A side. There's an opportunity to avoid these two players if they just went B, but they're going to make their way out A instead. Molotov gives them, a little discomfort here, and they walk into it. They walk into the duo. It's a 4v2 that could come collapsing. A smoke to nullify Fruit Cup's position, and Slight trying to fight his way forward. Dancing around the smoke, has to worry about this top of pillar play. He does land an incredibly quick reaction shot here, but it's one right back for Dia. And expecting Fruit Cup to join his teammates in this position, but now there's no secret about it. He's going loud with utility out. He's going to recover the bomb. Can he transition out of this play? Dia going to swing for the fences here, but he misses a shot, and Fruit Cup will keep them afloat with the finishing kill. Boss not ready to give up on this game just yet.
Wow, another 1v1 going the way of Boss, and Fruit Cup standing on his head, doing fantastic work for Boss. 18th frag found. This shot, though, oh my goodness. Slight is looking incredible for Boss. It's carrying over from that previous BO3. Even if Boss lose here on Anubis, they've shown us that, yes, they are legitimately the real deal right now, playing up against top competition in North America. And they're coming back to that point because they were at the top of NA a couple of seasons ago in ECL, and it just kind of all fell through. Let's see if they can get that shot, and they do. Slight again. He is lighting up the scoreboard. And Shane might want to think twice about peeking around this corner. He really wants to. He wants to take this fight. Can't blame him. 26 frags has been so very good. Slight expecting it. Sees it. Hits it again. Slight 2 on the round. Dia peeks it. Hits the leg of Slight for a second time this half, but he will finish the frag that time. Unfortunately for him, his teammates lost, so he's going to have to do it all himself in the defense of the site to deny the bomb plant. Dia looking around, finding targets, but he can't connect. Fruit Cup sprays him down. It's all down to Intra, who will get one, but not a second, even though they kind of line up for him. And we're down to the final round of regulation after a 12-4 lead has been blown by the Timbermen.
Oh my god, Slight cracking through. They needed that sort of efficiency out of Slight. Otherwise, this round could have gone wrong quickly. And so scary in the finishing blow there. It was, very low HP for Intra in the clutch in the 1v2. But the lineup that just happened was terrifying. And we got some late purchases coming through for Timberman in the final round of regulation. Trying to figure out what they can do with their economy, leaving themselves limited on utility in a round like this. All the way cracked on through. It's the distance required between these two teams. A grudge match formulating here. Boss are not ready to give up their steam.
Wow. No strangers to OT against this team either, right? I mean, they had a lot of crazy maps in that BO3. And Anubis, well, it's right back to their usual ways. Dare, waiting here with the incendiary, gonna toss that in towards E-Box, so that will keep Boss at bay for now. And look, Timmerman could still get this round and find a way to win in regulation, but that's not the greatest start. Neither is that. And it's all falling apart. This site has been taken. Boss moving on in. Free bomb plant, 5v2 in their favor. Overtime feels like a foregone conclusion.
Smoke for E-Box to make matters worse. Good luck, Snav.
Where's he going?
He's going to line up a flashbang. I don't really know. Okay, yeah. I think he knows this one's curtains. He knew walking through E-Box is certain death. But hey, walking into Freshie right now is the same result. And no way into this round. No way to save it. Gonna look to find a couple extra kills here or there. Why not? Running right into that AWP and the smiles and the loudness of Slight that is so absolutely consistent from this player. The energy of Boss has taken them all the way into overtime.
And I mean, this man right here is a big reason why they were able to get to that point. His op shots have been precise and his movement across the map has been impeccable. I'm impressed with the way he played that T side. Cryptic maybe a little quieter, but Fruit Cup stepped up. I mean, I think he was he either hit 20 or was right up against that mark. So great on him. And let's check it out. We'll find out right here. So yeah, right up against it. 19 frags to his name. It's just an incredible recovery from Boss after it looked like it was going to be curtains. 12-4. They ran it back 8 rounds in a row. Dia's going to get the opener here on Slight. They try to boost over the smoke, but the immediate trade onto Snap. That's a big one to find.
It's the same util set here. Freshy's been throwing this so consistently. We got the double out op though. Intra using the secondary as Dia ignores all of the Molotovs, all the damage. Will tank it on through. And spots out nothing. Goes and re-clears mid and covers it entirely. Putting pressure on these B-side players. The execution power for Boss has been strong, but can they get past this duo? Shane getting caught, spotted out. They're already out E-box here. They're waiting on this utility. They've contact approached it so far deep, but Shane again looking to be a menace. Has delivered 2. Has given them a chance. The 1v2, it's Cryptic fighting forward instead of falling back in an op retake, a double op retake here rolling on in. Both players using the cannon, ready to fire up, and now he's on low HP, so now these ops a little less effective here as they charge him with pistols out instead. Flashbang goes high, it covers enough, and there's nothing Cryptic can say about it. It's 13, as is so common. Made a lot easier when the game closing state is not there.
Ay, ay, ay. Their first win in 9 rounds, like you said. You get it as soon as you get into overtime.
That's how you know it's pressure, though, right there, right? That's how you know it's the opportunity. It's a mental hurdle at that point that you just can't get over.
I think the double op helped him a lot, and that's a lot harder to run in regulation of MR12, and you immediately can get it up in overtime, and you see it. They're going to run it one more time here. Dia and Intra rocking and rolling in that previous round, and Boss didn't have to worry about a double op throughout the entirety of regulation, so I think that's probably a factor as well right now.
Yeah, no question about it. Such a relief. You know, you can play a lot more aggressive on an A side. Super helpful when it comes down to playing it out. Usually, I mean, you'll send your opper a couple of rounds and a half just to throw a T side default off guard. Make sure it's not easy for Darty to take that space. He'll have to use that extra bit of utility to take that ground. But double ops, you know, you can just give Intra. Intra's had a great CT side, and the rounds that they have won, dude, he's been incredible. And the rounds that they've lost, I feel like he's had to try and retake sites that are a little bit impossible. But it helps him get to 13 there for sure. There's no question about it. This default, though, this time around, the timing in which they fall and reposition off the middle and get an AWP involved instead. We'll see if Intra can do it again with the AWP. As they are scaling close left wall, the smokes come through, barrels are seen, but the trade position is fantastic. It's a lot of damage off the dual Berettas, but the trade is as quick as can be, and now the pressure on Snav, who's out in the wide open and gonna be blasted out of the round.
Yeah, that's good damage at the very least from the dualies from Intra. I thought he was going to get immediately traded, but good on Boss to get. Now a 4v2. Slight is just lights out right now. Eventually, 2 trades come through. This is still problematic for Boss, as Dia is supporting Dare in this attempted retake. Slight, can he hit? No! God. Dia wins that duel with the op. Up close and personal on both sides. Darty throwing the flashbang, trying to keep them at bay. That incendiary could be the difference maker. They're still not sticking to the defusal. They've got the kid, but Darty lines them both up. Dare and Dia are gone. 13-13.
Oh, just one missed op shot sends right around Darty's location, and he gets away with a round-saving clutch. Complete composure from Darty. So comfortable in A main, and locks down the double to seal the deal. That is nearly heartbreak for Boss to let it slip, you know, 2 rounds in a row after having such a consistent comeback and letting Timmerman take control in overtime versus Darty, who will keep the ball in their court.
Nice opener from Dia, but Fruit Cup trades it back immediately. Fruit Cup peering around the corner, wants to do more damage. Unfortunately for him, his teammate has been knocked down by Snav, and so has he. Dare connecting with the op. Timberman trying to get right back to their winning ways here on the CT side. Boss have Cryptic and Freshy looking to regroup. They've got some space into mid that's been given to them here.
Ops everywhere you go, you know, and Dia drops. Dare can pick it up quickly, and it's been a while since he's last opt, but you know, we used to see his heights. They're impressive, and now walking into this setup, Snap with the Molotov, going to keep them away from A for a little while longer. Just take some damage as a sacrifice, but in a 4v2, that is probably a trade that you're just willing to take. Because Intra now is set up for success. How do they chop up these fights here? It's a big one. It's a huge victory, and that's going to make it easy. Snap stepping back forward for a kill even. And covering all the bases, Timberman will find 14.
That's really big to get 2 rounds on your CT side of a half of overtime on Anubis. Wow. Shame they can perform like that in regulation for them, but yeah. Boss were very, very rough on their CT side. But the good news for them is that most of their success came in the latter part of the half when they had a little bit more economy built up under them and more firepower available, and that's immediately what they're going to get in overtime. So maybe they can benefit the same way Timberman did on their CT side. No double op going to come through, though. It's just going to be Slight with the big green. 2 M4, make that 3 M4A4s and 1 A1S. Fruit Cup rocking that. As that smoke will guys off Fruit Cup's vision. Into E-Box. Timbermen taking a slower approach to this round up. Just playing defaults, Cole.
Got some room to work with here. I mean, they remember what it's like to win consistently on this T side. Towards the later stages, though, we did see Boss start to get a handle on how to run the defense. Darty again getting active. Forward angle, Cryptic going to get involved as well, but caught in a timing of isolation before Cryptic can help out in time. It's still an opening kill. It's a 1-for-1 that I think Snav will be happy with at this early stage in the game. Can start to spread that defense a little thinner. And in doing so, they're kind of banking on a B side, you know, execute, but you know, for some reason, we're seeing Slide's op start to get involved here. Cryptic saying, just trust me, go B.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal call because all 4 Timbermen are coming around that corner. They have a couple of flashbangs that they're almost certainly going to deploy. You'd think, are they just going to dry swing it? They're just dry swinging it. A mistake coming through. Slight gets a freebie. Maybe even the follow-up coming through. Freshy managed to strike true. Fruit Cup gets shade. It's all down to Dia. They had so much util, and they used absolutely none of it. They were trying for the element of surprise, but everyone was there, and Slight gets a second. Man, oh man, he is up to 21 now, tied for second on the team.
Man, what an incredible call there in the mix as well.
Yeah.
If you're Timberman, I can't really blame them for thinking contacting would have been a decent idea. When you have that utility, and execute is so powerful on the B side, but you know, 4v4, you're hoping that someone is just sacrificing a little bit of vision, maybe trying to double up. You'd expect 2 max in that sort of position if you're just standard. But Boss get a little gambling. They like to play with a risk to them. In this stage of the game as well, making that call is so incredible. And they can't believe their eyes when they see 3 players on the B side in the 4v4. It's an excellent read coming through. Provides a little new lease on life in the CT side. Now Fruit Cup caught exposed. He does still get a kill. The HE's
No, it's the HE.
No, it's Freshy.
Yeah.
Freshy that finds it from behind. Yeah, that's HE that he tossed in. That will at least be able to finish Fruit Cup's dinner. So Fruit Cup is more aptly a nice snack.
Yeah. Tasty snack. That's what Boss are hoping for here with a win up against the Timbermen. Oh, I think Fresh saw the shadow. Yeah, he realized it there. He's like, okay, I saw something. But Shane and Freshy both unable to fire a shot off against each other just yet. And now Freshie just says, you know what? I'm going to fall back into this site. Probably a good idea because Darren's now putting the pressure on. Comes around the corner, gets one and fades away. Still survives. Finds the second onto Dare. Freshie standing on his head, anchoring down the site, and he gets the last as well. Boss are on to 15, and they've got map point.
It's all these kills in transition. Look at how fluid he is. The HE to start it off, but then re-peeking into this angle on the move almost. It felt like he was still in motion when finding that second kill. You would expect him to be fearful of that B main play as well, but no, he just still holds the line of 4K when they need him most, when things were looking scary for Boss. And he shows up huge. He's nearly on for the dirty 30. I think he might get that PrizePicks check mark if he does. I think Cryptic might have been at 30. He might be needing more than 25 or 29.5.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he might hit the check mark if he gets one more frag, which is crazy to see in map number 1. Yeah. Oh, Fruit Cup nades himself. He does get visibility though off it, and hey, it all works out. Fruit Cup gets the frag. Cryptic finds Dia before that, and Boss are set up to take the map. Fruit Cup another one onto Snav, who tries to re-aggress into E-Box. Timbermen are trying for what felt like an impossible comeback to pull off a map victory, and now it feels like it is going to happen with Freshie finding the headshot onto Shane. Intra, last one standing. He's had his moments here up against Boss, but this one feels like an order that cannot be delivered on his side.
And this is just what Boss do so incredibly well. They stay in these games. They stay vigilant, especially when they're up against this Timberman roster. There's no game that you can remove them from, but my God, does Intra have another impossible round in him? Does he have that much more? Bomb plant in a 1v3. They let him get those digits punched in. Cryptic, is he going to make a move past the smoke? He is. He's going to go active. He's going to get caught with a side turn, and Boss have done it, man. Down and out of this game in the early stages of the second half. They pull it all the way back. And with a smile, with a devilish laugh here, Cryptic gonna close out the finishing defuse.
That was a 12-2 run from Boss to get the win here on map number 1. I can't believe it, honestly. That was something else coming through from them on their map pick. I mean, you're going to Mirage after this. You can't help but feel absolutely incredible. This is a Boss that maybe a month ago, down 12-4, would have lost 13-4. Like, that's how poorly they were playing and how lacking they were in confidence. Here, they just storm right on back, and it was even a pretty close round. I think that 5th round victory that they got, it was like just by the skin of their teeth, and then all of a sudden it just starts piling up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a Darty clutch that got them lifted up there. What could have been just completely game breaking in the comeback effort. You know, they spiral off of the Darty momentum, and we could take a look. Yeah, I mean, Freshie,
he got it
with 30 kills, went even past it. I thought it was 29.5. It was 27.5 that PrizePicks was expecting. And yeah, blew past it. Definitely got the check mark there in that final round. And I mean, so many of these players set up for success. It was full team effort. It was full steam ahead for this Boss roster in this comeback effort. And what I really like about what they've been able to show with this new Fruit Cup is, like you said, like, it's just a mental facility of this roster, that the way that they get through these tough games so efficiently and never really down and out, never stopping the belief that they can win these games. For a roster that has looked so scrappy, who has had a little bit of troubles this year, this is the sort of form that I've seen out of them that makes me believe that they are so much more than just the sum of their parts.
This is the Boss that I remember from Challenger League season 46. This is the Boss that was resilient, where everyone was working together as a unit. It felt like they couldn't really be stopped on their way to that grand final. They ended up losing to M80 0-3 in the grand final, but that doesn't matter. Just the path there was unbelievably impressive, and this is such a good sign for them. This one's not over yet, and we're going to talk about Timberman here, as Shane was himself unbelievable throughout this one. 28 frags, only 1.5 frags, well, 2 frags away from hitting that PrizePicks estimate. That feels like it's going to happen. It absolutely must, unless Shane gets 0 frags basically on the next map. But either way, I just cannot believe that Boss came back from that. It's a joy to watch them actually perform at this level because they're a group of guys like Cryptic in particular. Like they work very hard. Like they put a lot of reps in to the game, and I mean they're always trying to outthink their opponents. And you saw right there the resilience is back, and I think that's what was missing.
I 100% agree, right? I mean, I personally knowing Cryptic, knowing what he like goes through to try and get these wins for this squad, to try and even just get this roster back into more functional form off the back of the player break, has been so refreshing to see them finally be rewarded for that hard work. And I mean, again, this is like a roster that is not underneath an organization, so it's all the more impressive that they're willing to spend this time, willing to put in this work, and just keep on chugging through what is such a difficult NA scene to sift through. And again, you're starting to see the value coming off the back of a little bit of a, I mean, just a lack of officials being able to show up here in the NA Revival series is such a big deal.
Absolutely. All right. We've talked enough about map number 1, guys. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, it's on to Timberman's pick of map number 2, which will be Mirage. See you guys in a little bit.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new, and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.
So if you're a Counter-Strike player and you have not signed up for the August event, please sign up. We want to break over 200 different teams again, and we really, really appreciate your support of our efforts to try to grow North American Counter-Strike. Look, the truth is these events right now have no margin for us. Remember we talked about margin? That's a fancy way of saying we don't make any money. We're basically volunteering our organization's time to put this event on right now because we give a shit about NACS, North American Counter-Strike, and we want to help it grow. Do we hope we can build this series and eventually get margin for the different groups that are involved? Of course we do. We run a business. But right now we're doing it, because we want to be leaders in the scene. We want to support this scene. And selfishly, we need a pipeline for the pro American orgs to draw from for talent and for really skilled players. And right now we don't have that. So it's not completely altruistic. There are some selfish motives, but this is also a slow burn. We are planting seeds that might come up for years. The NACS scene has done so much for for complexity and been so good to complexity over the years. This is something we're really passionate about. We're really grateful to PrizePicks for coming in and sponsoring this event. Believe me when I say, if you're frustrated, imagine how frustrated we are, and the players too. They work really, really hard, the players and staff on that division, and they get frustrated as well when things aren't going our way. But if you look at our dedication to NA and remaining competitive on an international scale, this is a very difficult problem. Frankly, the NA pipeline is very lean, if not almost non-existent. Our goal is to stay NA. We want to be loyal to this region and not abandon it. Number 2, you've got roster locks for different events. Number 3, you've got Valve rankings. If you move players around, your ranking can be affected. And then you got majors to consider. Like I said earlier, qualifying for majors can make or break many orgs, and orgs that don't make the majors, you've seen their announcements like, we're sorry to say we're leaving Counter-Strike. To make player changes to the complexity roster right now takes a lot of contemplation, and there's a lot of moving pieces. And I want to say that I am very disappointed with their current state of play, but I've also seen much better teams in different sports, baseball, American football, NBA, go through slumps. Are we number 1, number 2 in the world? Of course not. Right now, we're not even playing like top 20 in the world. Do I believe that we have the skill? Do we have the staff? Do we have the heart to consistently be number 10 to represent North America and make this region proud? I do. If and when they can't pull themselves out of this slump through our help and the coach's help and everything that we're trying to do, we will evaluate changes because that's our job. But I still believe in this team. My heart is still with this team. God willing, I'm going to Rio with this team. But we hear you, and we are just as frustrated as many of our fans when they just don't play well. Like, you're always going to lose some, win some. But right now we're playing so below our potential. It's frustrating. I just ask that you stick with the team, that you have their backs, that you send them encouraging messages. I'm going to go to a quick Q&A, because I promised on my tweet that I would do that. Jake Lucky, what has been the most important metric of getting sponsors? Great question. I think I've talked about a lot of that today. Obviously, winning and being relevant in the conversation is important, but really being able to provide the metrics and the reach is also really important, depending on economic conditions. Update on Cole Cigars. Like I said, you all going to vote on my X account shortly after this finishes, and you get to decide. To give you 1 week to vote. Bring back the old logo. 95%. I can't quite get to 100%. I can't promise it yet. Since release CS2, talking about the growing pains for the game, I do think the bugs and issues in CS2 are growing pains. I think CSGO is far worse at this stage in its life. So I'm not satisfied with where CS2 is, but I'm confident that it'll get better. What is the best direct pathway to getting jobs in esports? On a YouTube that I was putting videos out in 2020, I released one called How to Get a Job in Esports. So Jaffakas, Google, I think if you Google like Jason Lake, how to get a job in esports, you'll find that video. It's a great place to start. How financially healthy is Cole? I'm confident that we're going to be good, and I'm optimistic, but it's not certain. That's the truth. We need the fans to rally. We need some new, exciting corporate partners. That's where we're at. Favorite part of being in the Halo ecosystem? Man, I raised my son on Halo. He was playing Halo at 2 years old, so it's an honor to be a part of the Halo ecosystem. Hopefully it stays healthy and continues to grow. Any plans on academy teams? I would love academy teams. They're just really difficult to financially justify. To do it right, to do it at the level that we do things would be expensive. Earlier this year, to try to bring this land together, the idea is bringing back the spirit of the CS Summit through a way to offer teams an online way to qualify. We'd invite some teams, and then we'd have the finals here at our headquarters. Prize pool, $25,000. We're going to start a 64-team open online qualifier, move into an 8-team online closed qualifier. Then we'd have 3 teams that would come to our headquarters to play the complexity squad in a 4-team LAN final. So it's all laid out. How's the production going to look? How's it going to function? It's all.
right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series, map number 2 between Timberman and Boss, and what a ridiculous map 1 we saw. An incredible comeback from Boss, down 12-4 to win it 16-14, and now we go on to Mirage, a map that Boss has only played 1 time in the last 3 months, and they lost that one. They didn't just lose it, they got decimated by NRG 13-1, so I don't know how this one's gonna go, Cole. They probably got a lot more confidence now than they did back when they played NRG in that first Revival series, though.
I think so. I mean, that's the reason why they're leaning in on this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just really interesting to see this ban out of Ancient. My
Yeah.
only theory is when you leave Mirage open versus Timberman, they're gonna pick it. So then that means, again, as I've highlighted, this is a very prep heavy team. I know Cryptic likes to dive into the demos, come up with ways to counter it, come up with theories around how teams like to play, and then break those down. But that's my only big read into like this sort of decision in the veto is that Cryptic has
Yeah.
come up with a very good counter strategy to punish. Will it be effective in the server? Maybe. We just got to wait and find out. And again, this is one of those things I think could be a different direction with Fruit Cup coming into the roster and starting to build up Mirage more so into their map pool, because they do got some good aimers, man. They got some good fraggers on this roster, and it could be a potential good sign for them.
I mean, there are 2 good signs right now for Boss. Freshie performing the way he is with 30 frags on map number 1 is insane. And 2, Slight with the AWP looking way more lethal and consistent than he ever has before on this Boss roster. So those are 2 huge pieces. Cryptic is calling again, and it's looking phenomenal on his side. You said it, like he likes to outthink his opponents, and I think that's why he's coming into this kind of map pool. Ancient was a specific ban. There's no question about it. It was not like something that they did on a whim. It was pre-planned coming into this one because they're pretty good on the map. I mean, going into Mirage is not a good plan on their side. I should say not a good plan. It's not a good thing on the surface, I would say, when we look at it in terms of the stats. But planning-wise, something must have gone on. They had to know Timberman were going to pick into it if it was available. So you're right. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here as we are into the fake knife. They faked me up there, actually.
They juked us out. We thought we were going into map 3 right there. I guess map 1 lasted a little while, but I mean, yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see, like you said, objectively, like on paper, we're looking at this and we'll see if it pans out, but I think, a potential mistake in the veto. But obviously, it's only a mistake if you're not able to develop that game plan, if you don't have the reps. And you got to wonder, again, shout out to, PrizePicks NA Revival Series for giving NA more reps. This roster has been able to get a lot of practice in the last couple of weeks. You would have to imagine, but not playing a lot of officials. So you're hoping that Mirage is one of those maps that they have been developing over these past couple of weeks, and we can see a more effective Boss roster. But that's just, again, I feel like strictly off the back of so little reps being shown, and there's a very fresh-faced Fruit Cup on this roster, so I'm hoping to see some availability out of this Boss squad on this map.
Well, let's see if your hopes are delivered upon, Cole, as we get started with the Sonic Fast Starter Pistol round here. Boss and Timberman. Darty jumping up and down, looking for information. Fruit Cup's already gotten tagged down to 70 HP. And here comes the charge. Yeah, it's already spotted out, and Cryptic can't get anything. Darty actually does, but he's immediately traded as well. And Shane, who was a pistol round Intra was the pistol round menace, but Shane was pretty solid in that previous one. A menace overall gets 1, and looking for a second here. Retake is on for Boss.
Smoke's a bit interesting here. It's going to allow for a scale up for Freshie. Oh, but just a scale up into a quick dismissal. Fruit Cup trying to crack through this position as well, but no luck for him. Slight gonna back away now, trying to make an escape save on the pistol. Does he know that if he gets any extra kills, it could put him one step closer to the $500 from the Fast Starters round? Pistol kills bonus that you get. We'll have to maybe inform him. We'll see if they feed the beast here. They're gonna hunt him down with the quickness. He has a back turn. No, but he doesn't get any extra. Gets knocked out. Quick little pistol there for Timberman out towards the B side, getting to overwhelm the defenders with the quickness. How effective a B rush is on a pistol.
And with that happening, Boss won't be buying up anything here. They're not going for the force buy this time. It'll just be 4 USPs, a nade, and a deagle. That's it. Shot fired off there. Only 1K invested into this round by Boss. And there goes Darty. Good nade toss, and then a good spam as well. This should be over. Yeah, Dare's jumping up and down. There's no way. The accuracy is terrible on the Galil jumping up and down like that.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. What a shot from Fruit Cup onto Intra. Fruit Cup's looking for another one here, and he hits it.
Hey.
He's the last one standing, but damage done at the very least before he falls by the wayside Timberman. 2-0, but I have to reinvest on 2 players.
If I know anything from watching a Truck Lover clip, it's that you don't want to keep on peeking a deagle in jungle.
Yeah.
That can go wrong quickly. But they managed to avoid too many casualties. Just a couple for Fruit Cup before calling the round. And we will get quickly back into this first gun round here for Boss. And going to be tested very early on. This is a really rough roster and an official to be saying, hey, I'm going to trial Mirage again.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see how I'm doing, how the progression has been on a map like this. Fortunately, they were able to make a massive comeback on Anubis, and I think Vertigo is going to be a map they can look forward to 100%. But yeah, no question they've got some difficulties in map 2 here for themselves. But there we have it. We highlighted Shane looking to get PrizePicks checkmark and finally being able to do so here, but in a tough fashion, this mid play has been shut out instantly. Spam through the smoke and an extra entry playing on the edge. And this is exactly what you don't want to feel when you're up against Timmerman, is their full force on Mirage. Full gun round swiped aside.
Yeah, this was the concern for Boss, letting Mirage slip through. And I mean, obviously, I still think you're right that they want to try and expand their map pool and prove that they're more than just those 3 maps that they won against the Timbermen, which they just did on Anubis at the very least. But Mirage is an entirely different story. And it's like, I'd say like Nouns and Timbermen are 2 of the best teams on this map in North America, if you're looking at like the top 5 teams right now. So they're the ones that are very difficult to play against. And they actually just did play against each other. Nouns won that one 13-8, but you know, I feel like that's one of the few teams that can overcome Timbermen on this map. Well, it's far from over, right? It's only 3 rounds in, but that was a decisive victory. I mean, that was...
It's such a scary first look at gun round, where you can tell Boss came through with the game plan. Let's attack mid. Let's try and meet them where Timbermen like to go and see what we can do. Obviously, that first gun round is like a lot less utility. You know, you're missing out on a couple pieces here or there, but the sign in which it was so incredibly free is a little scary. This jump there for Slight makes his position getting in towards ladder a little bit more difficult, and we saw a flying player on Dare's screen for just a second. Fruit Cup back with his deagle.
What?
Okay, no cares given from Dare.
None
Just
at
gonna
all.
Dive in, and there's another kill from Freshie. A little bit awkward for Dia as well, as there's multiple fights here. He gets his util out, running a little light on ammo and getting charged down. Maybe should have been a little more careful here, because now a 5v2 taking place in Intra, put in a position where he has to recover and can't. My God, Boss have just deleted Timmerman.
Okay. Well, welcome to the server.
God.
I mean, that's just... Why are you
Careless.
doing that? That's super careless. That's overconfidence, right? Maybe built up from that previous round where they just walked all over Boss when they had the guns and said, hey, they don't have the guns this time. They just got pistols. Let's keep going. And that was absolutely not the right decision, because Boss were stacked up for exactly that spot that Timbermen were pushing. Goodness me. I mean, Fruit Cup had a couple of nice deagles in the previous round, but that one was a freebie. Dare coming out of that smoke and very little visibility at all, and just as soon as he gets
Complete
out,
gray
he's
screen,
done. Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's some like encouragement, Slight breaking open the vents, and you think there's some space, but yeah, it's just a wild play. And definitely frustrating, but they get those guns back out and do another gun round, and Shane looking to redeem it here as they're still walking through smokes though. Fruit Cup defending so valiantly. He gets 2 kills. Freshie able to follow it up here. Freshie doing it all. Covering off connector as well. And Darty's taking a lot of damage to the Molotov. Shane's position, you know, revealed now officially. Smart reposition coming through from him playing around. Freshie being so careful, but he gets an isolated duel and obviously has an idea of where Freshie's located. Freshie Is he going to be able to react in time? Tucked in towards Firebox now, looking to try and chop up this fight. Does he have the vision? He does. He will be able to hold it down for the final blow, and it's back to full form for Freshie in map 2.
Okay, great job from Freshie, but I'm beginning to become a Fruit Cup believer because that was an incredible job from him. He got those 2 frags, fending off the initial foray of that advance and setting Boss up for success in the round. That's the 2nd in a row. And I mean, look, you get down to the last player, and there's still money on the Timbermen side, enough for them to justify the force, so they will. 2 AKs, a Galil, Mac 10, and a Tech 9, but they're into this thing now. They look like they've come to play. That one round where Timberman just ran over them feels like it's an aberration, at least after these last 2 that Boss are able to pull off. Oh my goodness. And as I say that, Dia through the smoke just spams the angle that Fruit Cup is in and removes him from the round immediately. But yeah, no, I mean, Fruit Cup is another one of those players, like that final form roster has really been picked apart. It's like they keep plucking players away and bringing them over to the ECL level, and you can't blame him because the final form is really strong, and he is just looking so very good now with this Boss roster. Frags coming through as I'm talking. 4v3 in favor of the Timbermen. Slight in a bit of a tough spot. He's going to have a lot of pressure put on him. Needs to flick around as Intra or Dare decide to come out. No, he takes the initiative instead. The timing! Oh, if he would have stuck around, he probably would have had it. Instead, he gets nothing, and he's mowed down by the Mac 10 of Snav. Freshie knows that they're coming in his direction now, or at least he thinks they are. Darty's the one receiving! Whoa. They line up for him like that was a Colette AK headshot on both of them. Shane manages to get the trade, but so much damage done. This has now gone from probably unwinnable to very much within the realm of possibility, with Snav and Shane on to 18 and 45 HP respectively. Freshie still got a full 100.
The early Snav fight here. Oh, wait, he's in a smoke. Okay.
I
was gonna say,
gonna back off. Yeah.
I was gonna say, you know, maybe he gets a quick kill on the Snav. He's just sitting inside of a smoke, and thought that was gonna be the start of a conversation of a retake. Instead, it's a grab of an AWP and a save. Not gonna go for it. Snav containing enough space, enough done. Just such a weird finish to that round as well. Charging forward like that, and you know, if you're Darty, you think after you just got the Colette AK headshot, and there's a plate probably leaning in on A after you cover the Opera, that there's nobody more in jungle, so you run through the murder hole after you cover that space and just blast it. That's an incredible line from Dia. That's like insane awareness on like the positioning.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't blame Darty for trusting his instincts, thinking that he can dive back into that fight and just gets caught by 2 more players.
Imagine if he gets
Wild.
the 3rd. Imagine if he gets that 3rd. All right, timeout going to be called here.
Yeah,
unbelievable. Yeah, go ahead.
You highlighted this player here, Fruit Cup. It's definitely, like, for me, it was such a surprise to see this sort of pickup. And, like, the first time I watched him again in that Armor close qualifier was probably the most important matchup. The matchup that made the Boss versus Elevate, you know, head-to-head a qualification game for Boss was because they beat Legacy in that best of 1. He had 104 ADR on Anubis. And just like such a new player to this level of competition, getting an opportunity like this and then being able to show in your like the most important matchup in the Armor, or at least a important matchup that made their job so much easier in a best of 1 victory versus Legacy. That was a massive deal. That was where I think, you know, okay, that this guy, he can do it under pressure. He can do it when it matters a lot. And he's doing it so quickly for Boss.
Absolutely. Well, timeout's over. We're back into the swing of things here. Round number 7, and it won't feature... Well, it's got an M4 and an AWP on the Boss side. But the rest of the players... Oh, no, they're just walking out there again. Dare gets caught like a deer in headlights going in towards Sandwich. Shane does get one back, but Cryptic manages to get Dia. This is back and forth here, and still Boss hanging in on a round where they just had a couple of saved rifles coming on through. Or I should say your rifles. Shane going out here. Darty waiting around the corner, and I mean, look, they're trying to get this bomb planted, and they absolutely will. But Boss are still very much threatening. It wouldn't surprise me to see them go for this one with maybe Slight a little bit more passive, looking for a cheeky frag, so you don't want to lose that op.
Dancing around these smokes so effectively right now, but post-plant positions are not giving over anything for Timmerman. There's an instant dismissal of Darty. Smoke goes down, but it's not going to be much relief. Taps through it, trying to collect some damage, but Fruit Cup's blasted by Interest Diligence on the spam, and you're exactly right. You give it a little poke and prod with the pistols. As long as you don't lose this op, it's good.
Oh no.
But my god, Shane's on the chase, Shane's on the prowl, and he will collect. He will come for the finishing blow. And he's going to make sure to rub it in. They might have him muted in the server, but they can definitely hear that.
I can't believe the vent wasn't broken. That's like the first thing you do every round on CT side, but then Slight turns around to go into it and he's like, oh no, it's not broken. He can't get through.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's like a few setups where like you triple up B or triple up A, you stack it, and then if they take window control, they can't at least split in towards market without making noise, which I think is sometimes what teams do. But yeah, that's brutal that his route away was taken away from him.
No,
and now there's no op.
Yeah, it's exactly the point here. I do understand what you're saying, and I agree. Like, in some cases, it makes sense, but most of the time, you want to get in towards window room as quickly as possible, and breaking the vent is the best way to do that. Anyway, going on here. Slight stand. By the way, that's beautiful from Snav. Goodness me. Well, Darty's going to respond with a frag onto Dare, who tries to get out first, and he's been really falling a lot. Luckily for him, his squad is still up, but Darty's going to get another 2K. Turn it around with the USP, almost finishes off. Inter actually does. Flicks around and gets the headshot on Shane. He almost finds the 4K, but it doesn't matter that he goes down because Cryptic is right there to finish the job that he started. Darty, along with Freshie, are channeling some energy from past days. Like, again, I'm going to go back to that season 46 reference of ECL. Those two were unbelievable as a duo, and it's starting to look that way again here.
He almost got the last kill, man.
I can't believe
with
it.
The
With
USP.
Yeah.
He did so much more than what you could ever ask. And yeah, a check mark well deserved from PrizePicks. More than 26.5 kills.
28.
Rolling on in. It was a 28.5. Doing fantastic work in this matchup. Cryptic is going to get knocked out of the gates, though. He's half by having a little efficiency. Fruit Cup goes 1 for 1 as well. Unrelenting on the aggression towards this mid side, though. Keep on poking and prod and keep on jumping up and down, dancing. After a long last, the dust will settle. The question is, they're just not going to anticipate Darty still in ladder room, I feel like.
Oh, what a peek from Darty. You're absolutely right. They didn't anticipate him at all. Darty goes out and takes another fight. Will he lose it eventually? Finally, yeah, he loses his life to Intra, but Intra gives away his position as a result. And, I mean, he manages to get that bomb back on his back as he moves in with 55 seconds left. Still plenty of time, and he's shown that he can clutch out some rounds. He's already up to 10 frags. In fact, leading the squad. Only gets 1, though. Great setup from Boss. Maybe it's just timing that it ended up that way, but still, they win the round. They're back to within 1.
Very impressed that they're both watching jungle. You know, what sort of information gave that over? Intra making a really good read and trying to take one extra fight before going to secure the bomb plant, but walks into a double up on the setup. Fruit Cup, PrizePicks check mark as well. I mean, obviously with the overtime, more kills going to be taking place, but more than 29 for Fruit Cup. And collecting on some incredible kills. Now we got the nade stacking towards window again, but there's one that's just avoided all of those nades. And Boss are starting to build into the CT side. A comfortable round here could be exactly the way in which they do that. And they will knock down a quick eco before getting themselves tied up here on the defense.
Alrighty, easy peasy for Boss. D tied up. It was not looking pretty. I mean, after that third round, we both said it. Like, ooh, that's tough. Like, this is the Timbermen are coming out swinging here. But Boss on an eco started it all, and they're back into the swing of things on a 5-1 run. again, that resilience that we haven't seen for quite some time is back for Boss. And I love it. I really do. You can always use more faces, I would say, more teams at the top of NA, making it even more interesting. And that's what it appears Boss is doing here. Fruit Cup peering around the corner. Great pickup for Boss. Has already had significant impact. He's peeking around into Khan. I think he might get a fight for himself. There's the smoke, and they're not going to go ahead of it, but Fruit Cup, yeah, actually, he's going to push into it, and Freshie and himself win the duels. Freshie's actually doing all himself. Slight tries to come around the corner, and Freshie takes a step too far, but Cryptic is able to get one back to keep the man advantage in their favor, and then a nice nade toss to bring Snav down to 36. Fruit Cup is in connector. He's wary of both sides, but now he doesn't have to worry about the other side because Cryptic has taken down Dare, and Snav is trying to retreat to get the bomb planted on the B side, but he is absolutely hurt. Great smoke thrown here. I think Snav's just going right through it. He absolutely will. Then he throws the flashbang as well to try and get into this site. Misses a few shots, does connect on the head of Fruit Cup, but takes so much damage in the engagement that he's down to 10, and that's not enough. Darty finishes him off, and Boss are in the lead for the first time here on Mirage.
We were a little nervous as well. That first gun round came through, and we highlighted the difficulties in which this team was going to struggle with Timberman in the way that they take this mid control, but Boss have stuck to their guns. They've trusted in the reads here, they've trusted in the game plan, and they keep on meeting Timberman head on in these mid fights. Double push through this top connector smoke. You just know that Cryptic is laughing when that play works out. When that move works that incredibly well, because that feels like one of those rounds where it's just red and on. Now you can laugh because you got yourself an opening duel. You've covered off Snav and a quick kill. But there's a lot more pressure applied on this quick A-side play. Slight with an AWP. They've already slipped up connector. Freshie not aware, but able to react in time. Low HP. Freshie will deliver another one. How much time can Freshie buy? A whole lot if he keeps on knocking these pins on down. My God. And yeah, you can put on a little show there. You can get a little freaky because Freshie just got another 4K.
Oh my goodness, he's just so pumped, getting excited for the camera there. Cryptic, I mean, got the opener there, which helped out, but I mean, you put it so nicely, Cole. They're going head-to-head, head-on with Timberman in these fights, and they're not letting up even a little bit. Getting that 7th round to cap off the first half, it's really impressive stuff. They're winning head-on duels up against Timberman, which is something that I don't think they could have done, like I was saying before, like a month and a half, 2 months ago. It's really quite something to witness as we go in to the Sonic Fast Starter Pistol round to see if Boss can extend this lead even further. I feel like they've certainly got a lot of momentum on their side, no question about it, because only one round since Timberman were up 4-0. It's 7-1 run for Boss. Fruit Cup's already into CT, but nice headshot from Intra, and Dia pops up around the smoke, get another, but the response is here! Cryptic with 2, Freshie on 1, and then Freshie gets himself a second to keep that man advantage in their favor. Snav, last one standing, picks up the Glock for the close range fights, and then throws a smoke onto the bomb, almost wins on that swing against Freshie, but can't connect the shots. Now he's getting closed on, and Freshie's just waiting in the smoke. Is he going to pull out the knife? Is he going to go for it? Oh, it doesn't matter. Darty gets the headshot onto Snav, and Boss win the pistol.
They get that pistol, and so crucial that they're able to just collect on these quick kills and really pull that one back with the quickness. A little bit nerve-wracking once you start to see that aggression in towards CT spawn, but they take charge and are able to win out in those exchanges. It was just a little delayed reward. We got the force by being called out instantly. We got a Fruit Cup disconnect, but get him back involved pretty quickly. We'll see how much more they can fight, man. If this is how scary they can look. I know that in theory, like, this is a Timberman roster that is playing a little bit puggy. They're playing a little bit, you know, out of control. We've seen them play very, you know, lackadaisical with some of these approaches, just running out. You know, Dare in particular, just getting super aggressive. And sure, that, you know, the mental facilities after map number 1 are going to be lessened, but the way that Boss have just quickly climbed back into this map of Mirage is something to behold.
It's Insane. I mean, like, looking at the numbers here purely in terms of frags, like Freshy and Darty on map number 1, 51 frags combined. Right here, already 28 combined. They're outpacing the other 3 players in their squad. I mean, if you put all their scores together as well, it's ridiculous. Like, this is such good news for Boss. And sometimes you might look at it and be like, okay, Fruit Cup's not necessarily fragging out this time. He had 23 on map number 1, but here he's only at 8. But that doesn't matter because he provides the chemistry that this team needs. You know, you just need that voice, the voice he provides. You talked about it before. Like, that is in itself a difference maker, and it can help just channel the right energy to get your fraggers going.
Gotta keep this roster headstrong.
Yes.
Missed window smoke is not going to be ideal, but maybe it's going to be exactly what they want here. Cat jump being made, charge forward here. The trade's effective, but some damage taken for sure. There's a player still tucked in towards underpass. Trenched. As again, they meet head on in towards middle for another round. Fruit Cup trying to catch some re-aggro. They will pick this space up middle. Dia's going to be in a T sandwich here soon if he's not careful. All about a game of timing and a close range MP9 duel. You got to send another player forward. Fruit Cup can't trade, and Dia will devastate. As Freshy looks to save this round from the brink, it's up to him. But he's a safe pair of hands as Intra hasn't been hurt in underpass. He's going to get caught with his back turned, and Freshy doesn't anticipate it. I thought maybe there was a read, there was an idea, but he did not realize in time. And Dia doing so much damage in apartment, setting it up for a 1v3, will be able to knock this down in between the T side and cuts off the pack.
Wow. Yeah, that's just Intra managing to sneak up on a flank because I honestly was believing in Freshy at that point. HP was low. He gets the first 2. HP was low on the Timberman side. He gets the first 2, and then just the flank coming in from underpass. Intra a little too fast. Finally, Timbermen are able to get on the board in an unorthodox way. Fruit Cup's really good with that deal. You want to be careful if you're the Timbermen challenging there, and Dare, after looking so lackadaisical in all of his pushes over on the T side, finally decides to fall back a little bit. Cryptic gets an opener. Darty a trade. Okay. Pistols looking good again for Boss. They've got a 4v2 now. What is happening? Timbermen need to get a follow-up frag right now and get this back under control. But now it's all down to Dare. 1v3 and nothing. 3 players survive with just the pistols, Cole. And it's upgrades galore for Boss again.
Oh, talking about just a quick revenge right there. The eco that they lose to is answered just as quickly back from Boss. They scale up silently towards underpass. There's such a huge oversight in that department. And, you know, Cryptic, by the time they realize it, that there's a player top stairs, he turns around, he's blasted from connector. There's multiple members. And that's just another flawless read coming through from Boss to get them back into this quickly. And it's going to be right back. I mean, not even MP9. So we had a 5 MP9 buy that was super effective for Timmerman. They can't even afford that here. They've got to stick to Deagles and 5.7s, which still can be effective in their hands, but even less effective than what they had on the second round of this half. And now you've already thrown a punch. Can you do it again? Can you win another eco? Can the Force by Wars continue, or is this where Boss looked to button up? A Cryptic selling an A fake. The whole roster, his whole teammates are over there towards B. And as he goes down pretty early, that just has to be their queue up for aggression. It is. They're going to scale and they're going to meet no resistance, but it does come down to a very doable retake.
Yeah, definitely. Darty's going to plant the bomb. Slight managed to get the headshot onto Intra here. 4v4. Timbermen, are they going to try for this? I mean, they're going towards mid. Did they realize there's a player here? No, they don't. Freshy throws the nade. Freshy still gets the second one, even though it looked close. Can he find the last one with only 3 HP? No. Dare will get an AK upgrade and will walk out of this round having to just be happy with that saved gun because Boss are up to double digits, 10-6 against a Timberman squad that, like we hyped up, are very strong on this map. Boss are just proving that they have, in fact, expanded their map pool. I think that's what they came out to do here in this opening series of the NA Revival series.
Yeah, and it's cool to see. I mean, obviously, again, with the ECL format right now, sometimes you just miss best of threes.
Yes.
Right? You just don't get to see that very often in NA unless it's in qualifiers and those sort of opportunities. And that's already a hard thing to make for a lot of these teams. So getting to see maybe a more expansive map pool for Boss long term, what they have been working on over these past couple of weeks is looking like proof of concept that practice is paying off. We got another force buy here from Timmerman, and this is maybe just leaning on a little bit of those frustrations, trying to avoid them. It's a tag landed with the AWP. Dare's flying forward. He's going to collect here. Oh, just lands a headshot. Scares Slight off the line, but Slight is happy to still be living. And Dare quickly transfers his AK back over there towards that A side, but there's quick trades available, and it is entries galore for Freshie. And he cannot stop finding these opening duels. Dia has recovered an AK, but Cryptic has what feels like heat-seeking vision ready to go. As the smoke fades away, he's going to meet nobody anymore. They're trying to run away with whatever they have left, and Boss are going to claim 11. There's no question about it. Dominating through this A bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, Dia just wanted to save the AK because that was a really expensive investment. I mean, Dare didn't really buy that much, just stuck on the AK, but Snav and Shane, along with Intra, all forcing down to $600 or less. It felt like they were a little discombobulated in terms of how they wanted to go about this round, and that could potentially cost them into the next one. I think this saved AK is very, very important to help them get a better buy-up, and almost lost it, but Cryptic does fall.
Got it.
And they got it, yep.
The bomb blast blew it away, but able to recover. Man, Freshie with the quickness, though. That's efficiency. Rolling through out of his AK. 2 AK save, though, is going to really save them the worries of the economy. I mean, sure, you know, Famalis into the mix. Some players missing out on some utility here or there. Once you get into that max loss bonus, like what we're seeing out of Timberman, you get 2 saved weapons. You can just find a way to purchase again, and you got to find a way to stop the bleeding here. Boost, I love this call from Slight, but is it going to be coverage in time? He falls off the line. They just avoid this early mid aggression from Dare, who's just looking to charge these defaulters down.
Look where Freshie and Darty are too. Like, they're in Palace, and there's a smoke blocking off their defense right now. But if they can get out here, okay. Fruit Cup finds the aggression from Dare again. Dare's just holding W.
Yeah,
on both sides of the map.
He is running it down mid right now.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say was Boss have a couple of players there over in Palace. Fruit Cup gets a shot onto Dia. Shane was their only barrier. I say only. He's actually been probably their best player on the Timberman side throughout both maps.
They take a second down, Palace.
Yeah, he's gone, and now they've got the A site.
You clear out the typical Palace defaulter, and then there's a double. This was a setup. You know, Freshie goes and sacrifices his life for the element of surprise that they can get away with multiple, and catches Shane on a reposition towards site. He's a free target at that point. Fruit Cup continuing to, you know, collect on these freebies. I think there's a reason why you see Boss just play this far back, and that's because they're getting these super advantageous fights whenever they're running through this mid control. It's not very atypical to see Timberman take this sort of initiative towards middle. You know, they'll take a little early contact, but then they fall back passive once they know the play is coming to them, and they're exactly right in that.
Wow. This has been a ridiculous turnaround. 12-2 run for Boss, exactly what they did on Anubis, but obviously a little bit later on that map, but earlier here. And Fruit Cup and Cryptic already get 2. They're just charging down mid on the Timberman side, trying to take fights, leaving bomb sites open. B, no one's there. Fruit Cup delivering frag after frag, almost gets Intra, but is traded out, so Intra will get an AK. Dia on the auto shoddy, that is, and the bomb's been planted in the meantime. So this one doesn't look good for Timberman at all, Cole.
Couldn't agree more. Auto Shoddy on the retake is going to be bested on the long range duel versus Auto Shoddy at distance. I think we know who's winning that. And Intra's just simply running out of time here. Cannot make it through market, can't even make a conversation. Been left in these situations quite a bit. And those are not situations I'd envy up against this. Boss roster. They have, again, leveled up versus this Timberman team. They completely shut down Mirage, and maybe this is a whole new map that we can be excited about with this roster.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, look, at the same time, Timbermen did get very careless in their play.
Yeah.
It was sloppy on both sides of the server. Um, yeah, I honestly questioned a lot of their pushes, especially on CD side. It felt like they were just fully tilted. Like they're
That's
just
what it
pushing mid.
was.
Yeah, they're just pushing mid, going all the way forward, losing again and again and again, just banging their heads against the wall and thinking it's going to work, and it never did. And credit to Boss, ready for it every single time. I feel like they were just putting up a wall. And saying, no, you're not going to bully us. You're not going to come through, especially on their CT side. After the Timbermen got that one round where it felt like, oh, maybe that bullying's going to come through. No, there was a stop put to it on the force buy, or I should say the eco round from Boston. After that point, it was smooth sailing, 13-2. Run to the finish line. Impressive stuff from a team that I honestly wouldn't have told you would get a 2-0 in this matchup had I seen it even like 3 days. I don't know, like just a month ago.
Veto,
and
right?
looking
If
at the
you looked
veto,
the
yeah.
veto, that's where I think I was right there with you. I mean, highlighting just the fact that this maybe shouldn't have been as comfortable as it was. I mean, definitely wasn't comfortable on Anubis, but when they hop into Mirage, like that is where, again, I think there was a little bit of multiple factors here. There was certainly frustration. There's without question a
Well,
Timberman tilt. That's a bit classic that we've seen from them in the past. And when their mental breaks, it's hard for them to recover. When they lose very difficult games, they usually shut down. And that's what we saw a little bit on Mirage. But they had a good start on Mirage, and Boss had to figure out a way to shut that down. And they figured it out so incredibly quickly, and it saved them a lot of worry here. But we'll take a look at some of these end results. And sure, Shane playing one hell of a game. You had Dia and Inch are actually leading the pack, and unfortunately, like, again, part of that trio of Snav and Dare, who are usually a safe pair of hands, just having some struggles in this matchup today.
oh yeah, Dare in particular, and it just felt like his mind wasn't in the game. At certain points, we already talked about it. I think we're like beating a dead horse at a certain point when we're mentioning that, but still, it's true. Like you looked at him, and it wasn't the player that has been around this scene and played in very convincing ways in the past. It just didn't happen today at all, at all. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the team is in transition between different players. I'm fairly sure that Intra, along with Dia, will not be the permanent fourth and fifth. Dia definitely not, because he already left the roster. He was just filling in right now. Let's look over at Boss, though. A lot to celebrate here on their side. Although, looking at the players, yeah, Fruit Cup, Darty, and Freshie destroyed their estimated prize picks kills. Like, that is insane how well those three performed. In particular, Freshie, I mean, 30 on map 1, 23 on map 2, 106.5 ADR. This is the Freshie that we saw a while back, and he is looking phenomenal. I don't even want to say a while back, because just in that BO3 up against the Timbermen to qualify for the RMR, he was incredible there too. And so was Fruit Cup. Everyone was. Slight with the AWP looking solid as well. Even though he has a negative kill to death differential, it doesn't matter. He was so solid with the op at critical junctures that, yes, his Mirage wasn't necessarily as impressive as his Anubis, but man, oh man, like it's great to see him doing well again, and all the excitement, the smiles and everything. These guys have some excellent energy right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question, dude. The rifle core looking incredibly sick between that trio, Freshie, Darty, and Fruit Cup as well. And that's without even really highlighting the fact that, Cryptic wasn't super necessary to get as active as sometimes we expect him to. And maybe that can make the job of his calling all the more easy. Maybe that can make the pressure of Slight being a playmaking opera a little more easy. And the fact that they have this trio building up that energy, giving extra percentages out of like players like Freshie and Darty, getting them back into full form, man. These are both like opposite side anchors sometimes, and it just feels like that's a formula for success.
Absolutely. Could not have put it better myself there, Cole. And that is going to wrap up our coverage for the day. Before we go, though, guys, we got to dish out some thank yous to our sponsors. So, I mean, the NA Revival Series is sponsored, of course, by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The NA Revival Series is also pleased to announce and introduce its newest sponsor, Sonic. They are empowering visionary creators to develop the next generation of Web3 applications with its high-performance blockchain. Sonic is home to hundreds of finance and gaming apps and a vibrant community who are actively redefining what it means to interact with Web3. Check them out at soniclabs.com and begin your blockchain journey today. The PrizePicks NA Revival Series is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, that is going to do it for today, but don't forget to tune in tomorrow for some more NA Revival Series action. I am JRT for Cole. Have yourselves an amazing night.
Over 20 years of complexity. It's hard to believe it's been this long. Buying the team back this year was a full circle moment for us. Of course, nothing would be possible without all the players, past and present, who've represented us from the old logo to the new and maybe back again. Not to mention the ones behind the scenes who've kept the gears turning all these years. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the fans. We wouldn't be Complexity without you. Thank you for standing by us. We'll continue to stand by you and the North American scene. You'll always be our home.